Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Beverly. The afternoon light slants through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private tasting room, catching the dust motes dancing in the air and turning them into golden constellations. It smells like promise in here, like sugar and butter and the clean scent of the white peonies bursting from a crystal vase in the center of our table. Everything is pristine, a perfect little snow globe of future happiness, and I'm right in the middle of it. "Okay, this one," Sharon says, pointing a perfectly manicured finger at the third cake sample on the silver tray. Her nails are the color of a ripe raspberry, a vibrant pop against the sea of white linen and pale china. This is the one. Lemon curd with a lavender buttercream. It's sophisticated. It's sexy. I dip my fork into the delicate square, bringing a small bite to my lips. The tartness of the lemon hits my tongue first, sharp and bright, before the floral sweetness of the lavender smooths it all out. It's complex. Unexpected. I glance across the table at Robin, my fiancé, who is supposed to be paying attention. He's not. His head is bent, the line of his dark hair catching the light as he scrolls through something on his phone, his thumb moving in a quick, hypnotic rhythm. A small frown pinches the skin between his brows. "Babe," I say, my voice soft. He looks up, his blue eyes taking a half-second to focus on me. Then the frown vanishes, replaced by the easy, dazzling smile that first made my stomach do a slow, lazy flip 2 years ago. "Sorry, just work stuff. You know how it is." He reaches across the table, his fingers warm as they cover mine. "What do you think?" "I think it's a lot," I say, and Sharon groans dramatically. "Bev, it's a wedding cake, not a bowl of oatmeal." "It's supposed to be a lot," she insists, leaning forward. Her silk blouse, the color of champagne, shimmers. "You can't have a vanilla wedding. It's your one day to be extra." "My one day?" I raise an eyebrow, a smile playing on my lips. I was planning on being at least a little extra for the entire marriage. Robin squeezes my hand, his thumb stroking my knuckles. Whatever my girl wants, she gets. He winks at me, then takes the fork from my fingers, tasting the sample himself. Wow. Sharon's right. That's good. Sophisticated. He's parroting her, but I let it slide. He's here, isn't he? He took the afternoon off from the firm to sit in a stuffy room and debate the merits of buttercream versus fondant. That's love. It's the small, boring, everyday acts of showing up. My grandmother Esther always says you don't measure a man by the grand gestures, but by the quiet moments he chooses to share. I still think the classic almond with the raspberry filling is the front runner, I say, nudging the first sample forward. It's simple, elegant, and tastes like every happy childhood memory I've ever had. "It's safe," Sharon says, waving a dismissive hand. "You, Beverly Jones, are more than safe." I look at Robin, at the handsome, familiar lines of his face, the way his smile makes his eyes crinkle at the corners. I look at Sharon, my best friend since we were assigned as college roommates, the chaotic, vibrant yin to my quiet, steady yang. My life is a carefully tended garden, everything in its place, thriving. Safe feels good. Safe feels like coming home. Maybe I like safe, I murmur, taking a sip of the crisp champagne the restaurant provided. The bubbles fizz against my tongue. My engagement ring, a classic solitaire Robin picked out himself, feels heavy and significant on my finger. 6 months from today, I'll be Mrs. Beverly Davies. Well, I'm voting for lavender, Sharon declares, sitting back with an air of finality. Robin, you're the tiebreaker. Robin, bless his heart, looks momentarily panicked. He glances between the two cakes, then at me. I'm with Bev. Almond, happy wife, happy life, right? He gives me that killer smile again, and the warmth of it spreads through my chest, chasing away any lingering doubts. He gets me. He always has. Fine. Sharon sighs, feigning defeat. Be vanilla. See if I care. She picks up her champagne flute, her raspberry nails bright against the delicate stem. A toast, then, to the happy vanilla couple. We all laugh, clinking our glasses together. The sound is a bright, clear chime that echoes in the quiet room. For a moment, I see it all laid out before me. This wedding, the house in the suburbs with the big garden, 2 kids, a golden retriever, a lifetime of quiet, happy moments with the man I love. It's everything I've ever wanted. I'm just going to use the restroom before the coordinator gets back, I say, dabbing my lips with the linen napkin. I slide my chair back, the legs scraping softly against the polished hardwood floor. Robin looks up from his phone again. Okay, babe. Don't be long. I lean down and press a soft kiss to his lips. He smells like expensive cologne and the faint, sweet scent of the cake. I won't. As I walk away, I glance back over my shoulder. They're sitting there, the 2 most important people in my world, framed by the golden afternoon light. My future husband and my best friend. My heart feels so full it might actually burst. The hallway to the restrooms is long and cool, lined with dark, atmospheric paintings of moody landscapes. The air is ripe with the low murmur of the main dining room, the clatter of cutlery, and the scent of garlic and rosemary. It's a welcome sensory shift from the sugary sweetness of the tasting room. I splash cool water on my wrists, the shock of it grounding me. I check my reflection in the ornate, gilt-edged mirror. My curls are behaving, framing my face in a dark, happy cloud. My brown eyes are bright, my ebony skin is glowing. I look happy. I am happy. On the walk back, a waiter in a starch black vest offers me a fresh flute of champagne from a passing tray. For the bride-to-be, he says with a kind smile. Thank you, I say, my fingers closing around the cool, slender stem. I'm about to round the final corner back to our private room when I hear their voices. The tone is different. It's not the light, playful banter from before. It's low, tense, conspiratorial. I stop, my hand hovering near the doorframe. My first thought, absurdly, is that they're planning a surprise for me. A bridal shower detail, maybe? Or a wedding gift. I smile to myself, leaning a little closer, not wanting to spoil their fun. Sharon's voice comes first, sharp and laced with an impatience I've never heard her direct at anything related to me. How much longer do we have to do this, Robin? I can't watch you pretend to be excited about buttercream for one more second. I'm going to lose my mind. The bottom drops out of my stomach. The air in the hallway suddenly feels thin, hard to draw into my lungs. Robin's voice is a low hiss. Just until the wedding, okay? It's a few more months. We've managed for a year. We can manage a little longer. A year? The word echoes in the sudden roaring silence of my mind. A year. We've only been engaged for 8 months. The timeline doesn't make sense. My brain scrambles, trying to piece it together, trying to find an explanation that doesn't feel like a shard of glass working its way into my heart. Managed? Sharon's laugh is a bitter, ugly sound. Is that what you call this? Sneaking around? listening to her talk about flower arrangements and guest lists. It was fun at the lake house when it was new. Now, it's just pathetic. The lake house. Last summer, the weekend I had to work on that big archival project for the city. They went without me. They sent me pictures. The two of them on the dock, smiling, waving. My two favorite people. It's not pathetic, Robin says, his voice defensive. It's a plan. We get married, we wait a year or two. I secure my partnership at the firm. My father will be happy, my finances will be set. Then we can figure things out. A quiet divorce. No one gets hurt. No one gets hurt. The words are a knife to my heart. I press my back against the cool plaster of the wall, my knuckles white where I grip the champagne flute. The hallway seems to tilt, the moody landscapes in the paintings blurring into dark, ugly smears. And what about me? Sharon's voice rises, sharp with indignation. I'm supposed to just wait in the wings while you play house with St. Beverly? Stand at the altar and watch you marry my best friend? It's not going to be a real marriage, Shar. You know that his voice softens, becomes wheedling. It's the same tone he uses on me when he wants something. It's a business arrangement at this point. Besides, it's not like she's exactly adventurous, you know? A cold dread, slick and oily, begins to creep up my spine. I hold my breath, praying for him not to say it. Don't say it. Don't you dare say it. What's that supposed to mean? It means she's just too vanilla, okay? The words are casual, a simple statement of fact, a dismissal. She's sweet, she's easy, but I needed more. You give me more. Too vanilla. The phrase lands in the exact center of my chest and detonates. All the air leaves my body in a silent rush. The carefully tended garden of my life is engulfed in flames. Every happy memory, every laughter, every quiet moment I thought was love is now coated in a thick layer of ash. He didn't just cheat. He's been lying. They've been lying. For a year. My best friend. My fiancé. The low murmur of the restaurant fades into a dull, metallic roar in my ears. The scent of garlic and rosemary is suddenly nauseating. My fingers, still wrapped around the champagne flute, are completely numb. I can't feel the cold glass. I can't feel anything at all. Inside the room, their conversation continues, their voices weaving a tapestry of my destruction. But I can't make out the words anymore. They're just sounds. Meaningless vibrations in a world that has suddenly lost all meaning. My hand, acting on its own, uncurls. The champagne flute tips. Falls. It doesn't seem to make a sound until it hits the polished hardwood floor. The shatter is a gunshot in the quiet hallway. A sharp, violent, splintering crack that is loud enough, I pray, to bring my entire world crashing down around me. Chapter 2. Beverly. The silence in my apartment is a living thing. It's been 4 days since the world ended in a hallway that smelled of garlic and rosemary, and the silence has been my most constant companion. It's thick and suffocating, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the frantic, useless beat of my own heart. My living room looks like a bridal-themed bomb went off. A mountain of wedding magazines sits on the coffee table, their glossy pages filled with smiling, hopeful strangers. A copy of Modern Bride is splayed open to an article titled, 10 Ways to Make Your Vows Unforgettable. I have a few suggestions for that now. Stacks of vendor receipts and canceled contracts are piled on the dining table. A paper monument to my humiliation. Florist, peonies and garden roses. Deposit non-refundable. Venue, the Botanical Gardens. Cancellation fee applicable. Each one is a fresh slice of the knife. I've been subsisting on saltine crackers and tap water, the thought of actual food turning my stomach into a tight, sour knot. I haven't showered. My hair is a tangled mess piled on top of my head, and I'm wearing the same gray sweatpants I put on after I somehow managed to get a cab home from the restaurant. I don't remember the ride. I don't remember unlocking my door. I just remember the silence that greeted me when I walked inside. A sharp, insistent buzzing sound cuts through the quiet. The intercom. It buzzes again, a furious, impatient noise. For a second, I think about ignoring it, letting the silence swallow the intrusion whole. But then it buzzes a third time, longer than the others. There's only one person who would be that persistent. Lena. I drag myself off the couch, my joints aching as if I'm 100 years old. I press the talk button. Go away. My voice is a dry, scratchy thing I don't recognize. Not a chance in hell, Jones. Lena's voice crackles through the speaker, sharp and clear. I've got a key, and I've also got a bag full of carbs and a bottle of tequila that costs more than your couch. Your choice how this goes down. Let me in, or I'm letting myself in. A ghost of a smile touches my lips before dying on arrival. I press the button to unlock the lobby door. The silence in the apartment suddenly feels heavier, bracing for impact. A few minutes later, my front door swings open. Lena stands there, a vision in a tailored red dress that probably costs more than my rent. Her braids are pulled back into a sleek, severe ponytail, and her eyes, the color of dark, rich coffee, take in the scene with a single sweeping glance. She assesses the piles of paper, the magazines, me, her lips thin into a grim line. Jesus Christ, Bev, she says, kicking the door shut behind her. It looks like a Pinterest board died in here. She marches past me into the kitchen, the click of her heels loud on the hardwood floor. She places a large paper bag on the counter, pulling out a container of macaroni and cheese from my favorite barbecue joint, a carton of chocolate fudge brownie ice cream, and the promised bottle of very expensive tequila. You look like trash, she says, not unkindly, as she opens my cabinets and pulls down 2 glasses. I feel like trash, I croak, sinking onto one of the stools at my kitchen island. Good. She unscrews the cap on the tequila and pours a generous 2 fingers into each glass. That means you're still alive. She slides a glass across the smooth granite towards me. Now, are you going to tell me what happened? Your text just said, it's over. That's it. No details. I've been imagining you dead in a ditch for 3 days. I was in a goddamn trip and I can't teleport to you. I stare into the pale gold liquid in my glass. The whole story feels like a stone in my throat. Saying it out loud will make it real in a way it hasn't been yet. In the silence. But it's Lena. She's not Sharon. She's my ride or die. My childhood best friend. So, I tell her. The words come out in a halting, broken stream. The cake tasting, the hallway, their voices. A year, 2 vanilla, a quiet divorce. With every detail, a piece of me breaks off and crumbles into dust. By the time I'm done, hot, silent tears are tracking paths through the grime on my cheeks. I don't even have the energy to sob. Lena listens without interrupting, her expression growing harder and colder with every word. When I finally fall silent, she pushes my glass closer to me. Drink. I obey, the tequila burning a fiery trail down my raw throat. It's a clean, sharp pain, a welcome distraction. She takes a long swallow from her own glass, her eyes blazing. Okay, she says, setting the glass down with a decisive click. So, we burn their faces to the ground. I blink at her, the tears blurring her fierce outline. What? This is not a get sad situation, Beverly. This is a get even situation. You do not get to curl up and die because some mediocre man-child and his skank-in-waiting decided to play you. We do not mourn. We organize. Organize what? My voice is barely a whisper. My funeral? Your revenge, she says, her voice dropping, becoming low and dangerous. You are going to get up, take a shower, and we are going to systematically dismantle their entire existence. I've already got a few ideas. I know a guy who's very good with computers. I'm pretty sure Robin's financials aren't as clean as he'd like his father to believe. The sheer, beautiful vengeance in her voice is a shock to my system. It's so far from the grief and despair I've been drowning in. It's a life raft. A tiny flickering flame in the all-consuming darkness. I can't, Lena, I say, the fight draining out of me as quickly as it appeared. I don't have the energy. Then borrow some of mine, she snaps, her voice sharp as broken glass. That woman slept in your dorm room. She held your hair back when you had food poisoning. She was supposed to stand next to you while you promised your life to someone. And him? He let you believe you were the sun in his sky while he was orbiting some other trash planet. This is not about a breakup. This is about a betrayal of the highest order. They didn't just break your heart, Bev. They tried to break your spirit. Are you going to let them? Her words hang in the air, each one a perfectly aimed blow against the wall of my apathy. She's right. The pain isn't just about losing Robin. It's the humiliation. The idea of them laughing at me. The vanilla girl. The safe choice. The placeholder. A hot, unfamiliar feeling begins to coil in my gut. It's dark and ugly and powerful. It's rage. What do? I ask, and my voice is stronger now. Lena's lips curve into a slow, predatory smile. That's my girl. She takes another sip of tequila, her mind clearly working. We need leverage, something that hits them both where they live. For Robin, it's his career and his daddy's approval. For Sharon, it's her own daddy. She pauses, tapping a thoughtful finger against her glass. Speaking of which, you would not believe the week I'm having at work. My boss is losing his mind. Lena is the executive assistant to Nelson Whitaker. The Nelson Whitaker, a man who doesn't just own buildings, he owns entire skylines. He's also, incidentally, Sharon's father. He's trying to close on that big downtown expansion project, she continues, oblivious to the sudden frantic pounding in my chest. But the whole thing is being held up by one stubborn property owner who won't sell. Some little plot of land he needs to complete the footprint. He's furious, willing to pay way over market value, but the owner won't even take a meeting. My blood runs cold. I know that plot of land. I know it like the back of my hand. The feel of the soft grass under my bare feet. The smell of the ancient oak tree that stands in the center. My grandfather taught me how to fly a kite there. He left it to me when he passed, the only thing of value he had to his name. My own little piece of the earth. It's worthless to anyone but a developer like Nelson Whitaker. An idea, cold and sharp and terrifyingly brilliant, begins to crystallize in my mind. It's audacious. It's insane. It's the furthest thing from vanilla I could possibly imagine. Leverage. Lena is still talking, mapping out a plan to ruin Robin's golf membership, but I'm not listening anymore. I'm looking at the pile of canceled contracts on my table, a monument to a broken promise, a contract, a deal, an arrangement. I look at Lena, my eyes clear for the first time in days. The rage in my gut is no longer a chaotic, burning thing. It's being forged into something cold and hard and sharp. A weapon. Lena, I say, my voice steady, cutting through her monologue. What does Nelson Whitaker do these days?
Chapter 3. Nelson. The voice of my chief financial officer, a man who gets paid an obscene amount of money to be profoundly uninteresting, drones on about quarterly projections. From my chair at the helm of the conference table, I have a panoramic view of the city sprawling 50 floors below. It's a kingdom of glass and steel, and most of it, in one way or another, is mine. Right now, I'd rather be anywhere else. I tune out the numbers. They're good. They're always good. I pay for results, not process. My gaze drifts to the model of the Whitaker Grand Development in the corner of the room. A monument to my ambition, almost complete. Almost. My eyes snag on the one missing piece of the puzzle, a small, stubbornly blank square on the architectural model that represents a quarter-acre of useless, sentimental land. The source of my current and most profound irritation. My fingers tap a silent, impatient rhythm on the cool, polished surface of the mahogany table. I'm bored, and when I'm bored, I get acquisitive. A soft knock on the glass door breaks my reverie. My executive assistant, Lena, stands there, her expression a perfect, unreadable mask of professionalism. She knows better than to interrupt these meetings, which means this is either a genuine emergency or she's decided to test the limits of her employment. I give a curt nod. The CFO sputters to a halt mid-projection. Every head in the room turns as Lena glides in, her heels making no sound on the plush carpet. She leans down, her voice a low murmur meant only for me. "Sir, my apologies for the interruption. You have an unscheduled appointment. Miss Beverly Jones. She insists it's urgent. Beverly Jones. The name registers, but vaguely. I connect it to my daughter, Sharon, the quiet, polite friend, the one who always looked slightly terrified at my dinner table. I haven't seen her in years. I'm in a meeting, I state, the words clipped. She's aware, Lena says, her gaze unwavering. She said to tell you it's regarding the plot of land adjacent to the Grand. That gets my full, undivided attention. The irritation I felt moments ago sharpens into a focused, predatory interest. I've had my legal team sending letters to the owner of that land for 6 months, every one of them unanswered. I'd assumed it was some old man holding out for a bigger payday. Gentlemen, I say to the room, my voice leaving no room for argument. We're done for the day. Send me the final reports. They scramble to gather their papers, a flurry of expensive suits and confused expressions. I don't watch them leave. My focus is on the door. Lena ushers them out and a moment later ushers in my guest. This is not the timid, mousy girl I remember. The woman who walks into my office is wearing a simple, dark green dress that fits her like a second skin. Her hair is a glorious, untamed storm of coils, and her eyes, I remember them being soft, dough-like, are now hard and clear as polished obsidian. There's a fire in them, a cold, banked fury that is utterly captivating. She's holding a thick manila envelope, her knuckles white where she grips it. Mr. Whitaker, she says. Her voice is low and steady, devoid of any of the nervous energy I expected. Thank you for your time. Miss Jones, I reply, gesturing to one of the leather chairs opposite my desk. You have my attention. She doesn't sit. She walks to the desk and places the envelope squarely in the center of my leather blotter. That is the deed to the property at 451 Elm Street. My property, the one you want. I lean back in my chair, steepling my fingers. The air in the room is charged, the silence humming with unspoken things. I watch her, this woman who is a complete stranger to me, and wait. You've been trying to buy it for months, she continues, her gaze unwavering. You've offered 3 times the market value. I'm here to offer you a different kind of deal. I say nothing. I've learned more from silence than I ever have from speaking. She takes a breath, a small, steadying motion. I will give you the land. I will sign the deed over to your company free and clear. No charge. My eyebrows raise a fraction of an inch. Nothing is free, especially not prime real estate. And in return? In return, she says, her voice dropping, becoming as sharp and cold as a shard of ice, you will publicly court me for the next month. You will be seen with me at galas, at dinners, at any event that will guarantee press coverage. On my birthday, 4 weeks from today, you will propose to me in the most public way possible. And then You will marry me." I stare at her, my face a stony mask, but my mind is racing, processing the sheer, beautiful audacity of her words. This isn't a business proposal, it's a declaration of war. "The marriage will last for 1 year," she says, as if laying out the terms of a corporate merger. "It will be a marriage in name only. After 365 days, we will have a quiet, amicable divorce. You get your land, your project is complete. And I get your revenge," I finish for her, the pieces clicking into place with cold, satisfying precision. Robin, her fiancé, the spineless boy my daughter has been parading around for the last year. I'd heard the boy was engaged to someone else. I see now that the engagement is off, courtesy of my daughter, I believe. Her chin lifts. I get to be your daughter's stepmother. A slow, dangerous amusement begins to uncoil in my chest. Sharon. My daughter, the product of a loveless marriage and a lifetime of unchecked entitlement. A black hole of wants and needs, constantly draining my accounts and my patience. I regret my part in her upbringing, the neglect I masked with money. She's become a person I don't respect, culminating in this latest, grubbiest of betrayals, stealing her best friend's fiancé. So I'd been wondering when the fallout would arrive. I never imagined it would walk into my office wearing a green dress and holding the deed to my biggest headache. I removed my glasses, breathing on the lenses before pulling a silk handkerchief from my breast pocket. I polished them with slow, deliberate strokes, my mind calculating the angles. The pros are obvious. I get the land. The grand project moves forward, securing a legacy and a profit margin that is obscene. The cost: a year of a fake marriage, a minor if public inconvenience. But the other benefit, the personal one, the chance to deliver a consequence to my daughter that money can't fix, a lesson in actions and repercussions, taught by the very woman she wronged. It's elegant, it's poetic, it's brutal. I place my glasses back on, my focus sharp. I look at Beverly Jones, really look at her. I see the pain behind the fury, the strength it took to walk in here and make this demand. She is not the boring girl her ex-fiancé discarded. She is a woman who has been through fire and has come out the other side holding a sword. I respect that more than she could ever know. The corner of my mouth gives a single sharp twitch. I lean forward, my hands flat on the desk. Our eyes lock across the vast expanse of polished wood. You have a deal. Chapter 4. Nelson. My penthouse is a fortress of order. Floor-to-ceiling windows display the city lights like a captive galaxy, but inside everything is glass, chrome, and shades of gray. It's a space designed for control, for solitude. There are no photographs, no clutter. It is the physical manifestation of my mind, and I rarely allow anyone to breach its walls. Tonight, I've invited in the insurgency. I set the meeting earlier with her. I checked my watch. 7 o'clock, on the dot. The chime of the elevator echoes in the cavernous silence of the main living area. I smoothed the front of my suit jacket, a pointless automatic gesture, and walked to the door. When I open it, the carefully controlled climate of my world shifts. Beverly Jones stands in the hallway, and for a full second I forget how to process information. The woman from my office was holding a sword. This woman has been forged into one. She's wearing a dress, the vibrant color of molten gold that clings to every curve, the fabric shimmering under the recessed lighting. Her magnificent hair is swept up, exposing the elegant line of her throat and the delicate curve of her shoulders. Her skin, a deep, rich mahogany, seems to drink in the light, glowing with a warmth that my sterile hallway has never known. Her eyes, however, are the tell. They're wide, taking in the sheer scale of the penthouse entrance, a flicker of intimidation in their dark depths. But there's a defiance there, too, a stubborn set to her full lips. She is simultaneously out of her depth and ready to drown anyone who points it out. "Miss Jones," I say, my voice sounding like a low baritone that feels too loud in the sudden, charged quiet. "Welcome, Mr. Whitaker." She steps across the threshold, her scent, something warm and spicy, like vanilla and sandalwood, invading my space. It's a stark, unwelcome contrast to the cold, clean air I cultivate. "Your home is large. It's functional." I close the door, the heavy thud sealing us in. "Dinner is ready. This way." I lead her through the living area to the dining room. A long glass table is set for two at one end, the city glittering behind it like 1,000 waiting eyes. She doesn't comment on the view. She's assessing, analyzing. I can almost see the gears turning behind those expressive eyes. "Please," I say, pulling out a chair for her. She sits, her movements fluid and graceful, and I take my seat at the table, a calculated distance between us. "Before we eat," I begin, getting straight to the point, "we need to establish the terms of our arrangement." She places her hands in her lap, her posture ramrod straight. I agree. Our contract needs details. "This has to be convincing," I say, "to my daughter, to the public, to my board. Which means you will have all the privileges of my wife. You will have a black card with an unlimited expense account. A monthly allowance will be transferred to your personal account." She holds up a hand, a small, decisive gesture that stops me cold. "Mr. Whitaker, let's be clear. I have a job, and I'm perfectly capable of supporting myself. This isn't about me becoming your dependent. I'm not for sale." The challenge is quiet, but it lands with the force of a physical blow. I respect it immediately. "This has nothing to do with you being for sale, Miss Jones. It has to do with the performance. A woman in my position is not concerned with a budget. If you're seen pinching pennies, the entire narrative falls apart. The money is a prop, a costume, nothing more." She considers this, her gaze sharp. "Fine. On that condition, I accept. But I'll be keeping my job at the Historical Society." "That's acceptable," I concede. "It adds a layer of authenticity." "Now, the arrangement is for 1 year. During that time, the appearance of a marriage must be absolute. Which means no outside relationships for either of us," she says, meeting my eyes directly. "It's not a question. It's a term. She's setting her own boundaries. And to be perfectly clear, this is a business arrangement. There will be no marital expectations between us." The blush that touches her cheeks is faint, but her voice is firm. She has taken control of the most intimate part of the negotiation. "Our bedrooms will be separate." I agree, my voice flat. "My bed is my own." "As is mine," she adds, a flicker of steel in her eyes. We eat in a tense silence for a few minutes, the clink of silverware the only sound. The dynamic has shifted. This is not a lecture. It's a negotiation. "Now," I say, setting my fork down, "we need a story. Something that explains the speed of it all." She picks up immediately, proving she's 3 steps ahead. "A whirlwind romance is the only thing that makes sense." I'm impressed. "My thoughts exactly. It needs to be dramatic," I watch her, the theatrical idea returning. "It was raining," I begin. "A downpour. You were distraught over a recent disappointment. You stepped off a curb into the path of a taxi." "No," she cuts in, shaking her head slightly. "Too cliché. And too helpless. I'm not a damsel in distress, Mr. Whitaker." I raise an eyebrow. "What do you suggest?" "The rain is good," she concedes. "The taxi, too. But you didn't save me. It splashed me, ruining a vintage dress I'd just bought for a gala at the Historical Society. I was furious, standing on the curb, soaked and cursing. Your car was idling at the light. You rolled down the window and offered me your coat and a ride. You found my righteous anger charming. A single, sharp twitch pulls at my lip. It's a far better story. It gives her agency. It gives her fire. It makes sense of why a man like me would be intrigued. Charming, I repeat, testing the word. And it was love at first sight. For me. For you, she agrees, a glint in her eye. I was, of course, much harder to win over. The charged energy between us is no longer just tension. It's a current. A low, humming frequency of two minds meeting on the same battlefield. This is going to be far more interesting than I anticipated. The performance requires rehearsal, I say, pushing my chair back and rising. I walk around the table to her. When I stand behind her, I can sense the heat from her skin. Stand up, Beverly. She rises, turning to face me. She has to tilt her head back, but there's no submission in the gesture. Proximity will be expected, I say, murmuring low. You can't flinch. I reach out and take her hand. It's cold, but there's no tremor. A jolt, sharp and unwelcome, sparks up my arm. A purely physical phenomenon. I ignore it. Your hands are cold, I state. I'm fine. Her fingers curl around mine, her grip surprisingly firm. She's not just receiving the touch, she's participating in it. Look at me, I command softly. Her gaze locks with mine, steady and defiant. When I look at you, you look back at me like I'm the only man in the room. Like our story is real. I lean in, closing the distance between us. I've never believed in fate, Beverly, I murmur, reciting the line from our new script. Until I saw a beautiful woman in a ruined dress, ready to take on the world. Her breath hitches, a tiny, involuntary sound. Her pupils are blown wide. The current between us is no longer humming. It's arcing. I'm intensely, uncomfortably aware of her. She's beautiful, strong, and far too young. And this is a contract. A business deal that happens to wear a spun gold dress. I hold her gaze for a beat longer, then release her hand and take a step back, severing the connection. We have a lot of work to do, I say, my voice once again cool and detached. I turn and walk back to my side of the table. Eat your dinner, Ms. Jones. The performance begins tomorrow.
Chapter 5. Beverly. The archives of the Historical Society are usually my sanctuary, a place of quiet order, where the loudest sounds are the gentle rustle of acid-free paper and the low hum of the climate control system. The air smells of old books and decaying history, a scent I've always found comforting. For the past week, however, the silence has been replaced by a low, persistent buzz of whispers. The news of my canceled wedding has spread through the office grapevine with the speed and efficiency of a plague. I feel the pitying glances when I walk to the break room. I hear the sudden silences when I approach the circulation desk. Everyone knows. They know Robin cheated, and while no one knows the sordid details, I've been branded with the scarlet letter of the jilted woman. Delivery for Beverly Jones, a voice calls out, shattering the quiet. Every head in the research department pops up over the rows of oak carrels. A delivery man in a crisp uniform is standing at the entrance, holding a vase of flowers so large it's comical. It's not a bouquet. It's a goddamn tree. Deep, blood-red calla lilies in dark, dramatic greenery, arranged in a sleek black architectural vase. They are the most sophisticated, unapologetically bold flowers I have ever seen. They are the floral equivalent of a hostile takeover. My cheeks burn. This is his opening salvo. I sign the tablet, my hand unsteady, and carry the ridiculously heavy vase to my small desk, which is immediately dwarfed by its presence. There's a small, thick card tucked into the leaves. I pull it out, my back to my curious coworkers. The card is heavy, expensive, cream-colored stock. His name, Nelson Whitaker, is embossed at the top. Below it, a single sentence is written in sharp, black ink. The performance begins. I stare at the words, my heart doing a strange, nervous flutter. He didn't even sign it. He didn't have to. The next day, another arrangement arrives. This time, it's a cloud of white orchids. Their delicate, alien-like blooms spilling from a minimalist concrete pot. The day after that, it's a riot of vibrant, exotic birds of paradise. My desk starts to look like a high-end floral boutique. The office gossip shifts from pity to fascinated speculation. They're curious. By Friday, I'm on edge all day. I just want to escape, to go home and murmur to my houseplants in peace. But as I'm packing my bag at 5 o'clock, my coworker Martha lets out a low whistle from her post by the window. "Well, look at that," she says, her voice full of awe. "Someone's got a secret admirer with a very expensive car." My stomach plummets. I walk to the window and look down at the street. Parked directly in front of the Historical Society's Grand Stone entrance is a gleaming black Audi, the kind of car that looks like it costs more than my entire education. Leaning against it, as if he just stepped out of a magazine, is Nelson Whitaker. He's not looking at his phone. He's looking up, his gaze fixed on the windows of my department, as if he knows exactly where I am. He's wearing a charcoal suit that fits his broad shoulders to perfection, the late afternoon sun glinting off the silver in his thick, impeccably cut hair. He looks powerful. He looks patient. He looks like a predator waiting for its prey to emerge from its burrow. "Damn, Bev," Martha whispers. "Is that for you?" Dashing, hot bod, hot daddy. "No," I say, my voice coming out too quickly. "Of course not." I grab my bag, my mind racing. I can't do this. I can't walk out there and get into that car in front of everyone. I'll take the back entrance. I'll take the bus. But as I hurry towards the hallway, Lena's voice rings in my ears. This is a get-even situation. I stop, my hand on the door frame. Running away is what the old Beverly would have done. The vanilla Beverly. I take in a deep breath, smooth down my eyebrow with my index finger, and turn around. I walk back to the window, meet Nelson's impossibly blue eyes from 3 stories up, and give a single decisive nod. The walk from the front door to his car is the longest of my life. I can feel the eyes of my coworkers on my back. Nelson pushes off the car as I approach, his expression unreadable. He opens the passenger door for me, a perfect old-world gentleman. "Good evening, Beverly," he says, his voice coming out in a low, rumbling baritone that seems to vibrate right through me. "You can't just show up at my work," I hiss as I slide into the buttery leather seat. The car smells of him. That expensive, clean scent. And something else, something uniquely masculine. "Our story requires a persistent suitor," he says, closing the door and walking around to the driver's side. He gets in, the space suddenly feeling much, much smaller. A man who was so captivated, he couldn't wait another minute to see the woman from the rain. "You're too good at this," I mutter, staring straight ahead as he pulls smoothly into traffic. It's unsettling. The corner of his mouth gives that single, sharp twitch I'm starting to recognize. I don't do things by halves. And he doesn't. For the next 2 weeks, he is the perfect, relentless suitor. He sends lunch for my entire department, not just pizza, but catered sushi and gourmet salads. He takes me to dinners at restaurants where the wait lists are months long, places where every head turns when we walk in. He is impeccably mannered, always holding my chair, his hand always a warm, steady presence on the small of my back as he guides me through a room. He is nothing like Robin. Where Robin was a charming boy, Nelson is a confident man. He doesn't fill silences with nervous chatter. He's comfortable in them. He listens. His gaze so focused and intense, it feels like he's seeing straight through me. I find myself forgetting this is an act. I find myself enjoying it. Tonight, after another dinner, we're in his car, the city lights smearing past the windows. He hands me a small, heavy box wrapped in dark blue paper. "What's this?" I ask, my stomach tightening. "A gift." I open it. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, is a delicate silver bracelet, a single perfect sapphire dangling from the chain. It's beautiful. It's also probably worth more than my car. I can't accept this, I say, trying to close the box. It's too much. It's a prop, Beverly. Nothing more. Fine, I say, my frustration rising. Then I'll keep the receipts. I'll pay you back for all of this when the year's over. He's silent for a moment. Then he leans across the center console, his proximity sucking all the air out of the car. His face is inches from mine, his eyes dark and serious in the dim light. Do you have any idea? He whispers, his voice a low, gruff caress. What that quarter-acre of land is worth to me. I can only shake my head, my throat suddenly dry. Well, he did offer me way over the market price, but I have a feeling he would have paid 10 times more if I asked. You couldn't pay me back if you worked for 1,000 years, he continues, his gaze dropping to my lips for a split second. So stop trying. Just play your part. He leans back, the spell broken. But the heat of his presence lingers, prickling my skin. My heart is thundering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm that has little to do with anger and everything to do with him. I stare down at the bracelet in my hands, the sapphire winking up at me like a tiny, brilliant blue eye. I never imagined an older man could be attractive. I never imagined a man's control could be so intoxicating. I smooth down my eyebrow, the familiar gesture doing nothing to calm the storm brewing inside me. This is a contract, a performance. But my body, traitor that it is, doesn't seem to know the difference.
Chapter 6. Nelson. The ballroom of the Empyrean Hotel is an exercise in obscene opulence. Chandeliers the size of small cars drip crystals from the ceiling, casting a fractured golden light over a sea of tuxedos and jewel-toned gowns. The air is ripe with competing scents of expensive perfume and the floral centerpieces that dominate each table. It's a jungle, and I am its king. But tonight, I've brought a novice into the heart of it. Beverly is sitting beside me in the back of the Audi, a silent, beautiful statue carved from anxiety. She's wearing a gown of deep sapphire blue that leaves her shoulders bare, the fabric a perfect counterpoint to the rich mahogany of her skin. The bracelet I gave her is a delicate sliver of silver and blue on her wrist. She looks magnificent. She also looks like she's about to either vomit or bolt from the moving vehicle. Her hands are clenched around a small, beaded clutch in her lap, her knuckles white. She hasn't said a word since we left the penthouse. They will be here, I state, not looking at her. My gaze is fixed on the glittering cityscape sliding past the window. That's the point of this particular event. To be seen. She takes a slow, shaky breath. I know. You are not the woman who was left, I say, voice low and even. You are the woman who left him for me. People will think that. I'll make them believe. There is a critical distinction. You hold the power, Beverly. Act like it. I'm not an actress, Nelson. You proposed a year-long theatrical production, I counter, finally turning to look at her. It's a bit late to get stage fright. Her chin lifts, the spark of defiance I'm coming to admire flashing in her dark eyes. I'm not frightened. I'm preparing. My mouth twitches. Good. The car glides to a stop in front of the hotel's grand entrance. A wall of photographers and flashing lights greets us. Before the valet can even open my door, I'm out and circling the car, opening her door myself. It's the first move in tonight's chess match. I offer her my hand. She takes it, her fingers still cold but her grip surprisingly firm. She rises from the car with a fluid grace that I suspect is entirely feigned. The camera flashes intensify, a storm of artificial lightning. I see her flinch, a barely perceptible tightening of her shoulders. I slide my hand from hers to the small of her back, my palm a warm, steadying pressure against the cool silk of her gown. Breathe, I murmur, my lips close to her ear, the scent of her skin, that warm vanilla and sandalwood mix, a distracting intimacy. And for God's sake, smile. You're supposed to be in love. Her lips curve into a passable imitation of a smile as I guide her up the marble steps, my body a shield between her and the worst of the chaos. We don't stop. We don't pose. My status affords me the luxury of ignoring the jackals. Inside, the roar of the cameras is replaced by the roar of 100 conversations, the clinking of glasses and the lush sounds of a string quartet butchering a pop song. I procure 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter, handing one to her. Now, I say, my eyes scanning the room. We mingle. For the next hour, I steer her through the glittering throngs of the city's elite. I introduce her to CEOs, to board members, to old money matriarchs with surgically tightened faces and venomous smiles. And I watch, fascinated, as Beverly transforms. She's no longer the nervous woman from the car. She's playing her part with a skill that is nothing short of breathtaking. When Marcus Thorne, a man whose portfolio is almost as large as his ego, tries to dismiss her with a condescending question about her work at the Historical Society, she doesn't shrink. We're currently in the process of authenticating a series of pre-colonial maps, she says, her voice clear and cool. They seem to challenge the established property lines your company used for the waterfront development. It's fascinating work. Thorne's smile freezes. I have to physically restrain the urge to laugh out loud. She has just, in the politest way possible, threatened his entire billion-dollar project. I watch him stammer a hasty retreat, and I feel a surge of something hot and unfamiliar in my chest. It's not just admiration. It's pride. This woman, this brilliant, beautiful creature of quiet steel, is with me. That was a masterful execution, I murmur as I guide her towards the terrace. He was a jerk, she says, taking a sip of her champagne. A genuine smile finally touches her lips, and the effect is dazzling. He deserved it. It's then that I see them. Across the crowded ballroom, standing near the silent auction tables, Robin is wearing a tuxedo that looks like a rental, a glass of whiskey in his hand, and beside him, clinging to his arm, is my daughter. Sharon is poured into a garish, sequined red dress that is both too tight and too loud. She's laughing, her head thrown back, but her eyes are scanning the room with a desperate, hungry energy. I feel Beverly tense beside me, her spine going rigid. She's seen them, too. I lean in, my lips brushing the delicate shell of her ear. The air crackles between us. Showtime! I turn her to face me, my hands framing her waist. I look down at her, ignoring the entire world, ignoring the 2 people who are now staring at us with matching expressions of shock and fury. I allow a slow, genuine smile to spread across my face, a rare event that I know is being observed. You are, without a doubt, the most magnificent woman in this room, I say with a low, intimate rumble, meant only for her, but my expression a broadcast for everyone else. Her breath hitches, her dark eyes wide and luminous. She knows we are performing, but the raw honesty in my voice is for her alone. Nelson, tell me more about the maps, I command softly, my thumb stroking the silk over her hip. I find myself fascinated. She begins to speak, her voice a little shaky at first, but gaining strength as she loses herself in the topic. I don't hear a word she's saying. I'm watching her face, the way her eyes light up when she talks about her work, the intelligence that radiates from her, the sheer, unadulterated power she holds without even realizing it. I'm utterly captivated. I see Robin take a step towards us, his face a mask of thunderous disbelief. But Sharon's hand on his arm stops him. Her expression is something else entirely. It's a toxic cocktail of hatred, jealousy, and wounded pride. I watch her whisper something in his ear before she detaches herself and begins to stalk towards me. I'll be right back, Beverly says, spotting a friend from the society near the bar. She gives my hand a small, reassuring squeeze and slips away, leaving me to face the coming storm. Sharon arrives a moment later, her face pale with fury beneath her heavy makeup. "What the hell is this?" She spits, her voice a venomous whisper. "This," I say, taking a calm sip of my champagne, "is a charity gala. I believe you're familiar with the concept. You attend enough of them." "Don't play dumb with me, Dad," she seethes. "You and her. What is this? Some kind of sick joke? Are you doing this to punish me?" I look down at my daughter. At the expensive dress, the professionally applied face, the bottomless well of entitlement in her eyes, and all I feel is a profound, weary disappointment. "You have a remarkably inflated sense of your own importance, Sharon," I say, my voice devoid of all warmth. "To imagine for a second that my life revolves around you." Her jaw drops. "But it's Beverly. My best friend. You can't be with her." "She is no longer your friend," I state the words like chips of ice. "A fact you seem to conveniently forget, and I can be with whomever I please. A lesson you would have learned long ago if I hadn't made the mistake of not using protection the night you were conceived." The cruelty of the words hangs in the air between us. Her eyes fill with tears, the reflexive, manipulative tears she has used to get her way her entire life. They have no effect on me anymore. "How could you say that to me?" she chokes out, placing a hand on her chest as if I've physically wounded her. "Easily," I say, voice dropping lower, colder. "Because I'm tired, Sharon. I'm tired of fixing your mistakes. I cleaned up your DUI. I paid for the rehabilitation center when you decided drugs were more interesting than a college degree. I made sure the press never found out about your little shoplifting habit. That little thrill you get from stealing things you could afford 1,000 times over. I have spent your entire adult life cleaning up your messes. What more do you want? Do you want the world to know everything?" The threat is unveiled, ugly and absolute. The tears now stream down her face, ruining her mascara. "You're a monster." "I'm a father who has failed," I correct her, my voice flat. "And you are the result." "It's her!" she cries, her voice rising, attracting glances from nearby guests. "Beverly is bad news. It's her fault Robin left her. She bullied me. She manipulated him." I stare at her, the pathological lies spilling from her lips, and I feel nothing but the cold, hard weight of my own failure. I raised a stranger, a beautiful, hollow stranger, who doesn't know the meaning of accountability. I place my empty champagne flute on a passing tray and turn my back on her, leaving her there, choking on her own manufactured victimhood. I scan the crowd, my eyes searching for a flash of sapphire blue. I find her near the terrace doors, watching me, her expression a mixture of concern and something else I can't quite decipher. Our eyes lock across the crowded room, and in that moment, she is the only thing that seems real in this entire glittering, fraudulent world. "You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're..."
Now hold on just a minute.
"What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?"
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 7. Nelson. The silence in the car on the way back from the gala is a different entity than the one on the way there. The earlier silence was brittle, fraught with Beverly's anxiety. This one is heavy, thick with the adrenaline of the evening and the ugly, unresolved confrontation with my daughter. Beverly sits beside me, her hands resting calmly in her lap now, the beaded clutch forgotten on the seat between us. She stares out the window, but she's not watching the city lights. Her focus is turned inward. I pilot the Audi through the sleeping streets, my own mind replaying the events of the night. Her masterful takedown of Marcus Thorne. The way she held the attention of every person she spoke to, not with overt charm, but with a quiet, unshakable intelligence. The raw, satisfying fear in my daughter's eyes. And the look on Beverly's face when our eyes met across the ballroom after I dismissed Sharon. A look of shared conspiracy, of a battle won together. "You were effective tonight," I say, the words feeling inadequate. Effective is a word I use for a stock market strategy, not for the woman currently occupying my passenger seat and my every thought. She turns her head slowly, her dark eyes finding mine in the dim light of the dashboard. "I was playing the part you assigned me." "No," I counter, my voice a low rumble. "The part I assigned you was that of a woman in love. You added corporate assassin to the character description all on your own." I was impressed. A small, genuine smile touches her lips, the same triumphant, private smile I saw in the restaurant. "He was a jerk," she says simply. "He deserved it." "He did," I agree. The car pulls into the private garage beneath my penthouse, the gate sliding shut behind us with a heavy final thud. We are sealed in, away from the world. Sharon's reaction was predictable. Her smile fades. "Are you all right, Nelson?" she asks, her voice soft, laced with a genuine concern that has no place in our contract. It's a crack in the performance, a moment of real empathy that feels more intimate than any of the public touches we've shared. "I am fine," I state, my voice flatter than I intend. I am not fine. The confrontation with Sharon left a bitter, metallic taste in my mouth, the taste of profound, irreversible failure as a father. But that is a vulnerability I will not show, especially not to her. Her behavior only serves to accelerate our timeline. We have their attention. Now we must deliver the killing blow. We ride the private elevator up to the penthouse in silence. When the doors open into the vast, sterile living room, she hesitates. "Your birthday is next Saturday," I say, walking over to the bar and pouring 2 glasses of scotch without asking if she wants one. I know she doesn't drink it, but tonight feels like an occasion that calls for something stronger than wine. I turn and hand her a glass. She takes it, her fingers brushing against mine. A jolt, that same unwelcome chemical spark from our first dinner, shoots up my arm. I ignore it. "I'm aware," she says, looking into the amber liquid. "Aria," I say. "It's an exclusive restaurant. It's also one of my daughter's favorite places to be seen. She and Robin have a standing reservation for the last Saturday of every month." Understanding dawns in her eyes, followed by a flicker of something else. Dread. Excitement. "You want to have my birthday party there?" "I want to orchestrate a public execution there," I correct her. "We will buy out the entire restaurant. We will fill it with the city's biggest gossips. And we will let our targets walk directly into our trap. It will be the final, public severing. After that, they will have no ground left to stand on." She is silent for a long moment, staring at the city lights glittering beyond the windows. She is weighing the cost, the emotional toll of another public confrontation. I can see the debate playing out on her beautiful, expressive face. Then she lifts her chin, her spine straightening. The warrior is back. "Fine," she says, and takes a sip of the scotch. She coughs, her eyes watering at the burn, but she doesn't back down. "Let's give them a show." And now, 1 week later, the show is about to begin. Aria is exactly as I described it, and Beverly sits beside me in a plush velvet booth, a vision in a dress the color of a midnight sky. Her hair is down tonight, a cloud of soft, intricate coils that frames her face and makes me want to do something utterly irrational, like bury my hands in it. She is a coiled spring of nervous energy, but it's different from the anxiety she displayed at the gala. This is the focused tension of a soldier before a battle she has chosen to fight. "They're late," she murmurs, her gaze fixed on the restaurant's grand arched entrance. "They'll come," I say, taking a sip of my own scotch. People like them can't resist the temptation of a spectacle, even one where they are the featured clowns. As if summoned, they appear. The scene plays out exactly as I planned. Their arrogance turns to confusion, then to trapped public fury. They make the excruciating walk of shame to their corner table, and I place my hand over Beverly's, a gesture that's both performance and genuine reassurance. "Relax," I murmur. "They took the bait." We ignore them for the next hour, playing our parts to perfection as a loving couple. Finally, the moment comes. The cake, the candles, the toast. I stand, my glass in hand, and deliver the speech we didn't rehearse, the words coming from a place of surprising, unnerving honesty. I talk about the woman in the rain, the light she brought into my world. And as I speak, I realize it's no longer a complete fabrication. She has brought a light into my life, a disruptive, fascinating, dangerous light. I watch her blow out the candles, her face glowing. Then I begin the final act. I walk around the table and get down on one knee. The collective gasp from the crowd is a deeply satisfying sound. I open the velvet box, revealing the flawless 5-carat diamond. "Nelson," she whispers, her eyes wide, playing her part to perfection. "Beverly Jones," I say, my voice clear and steady, projecting to every corner of the room. "You are my surprise, my delight, and my future. I cannot imagine another day without you by my side. Will you marry me?" The scream is a raw, primal sound of pure rage. "No!" Sharon is on her feet, a grotesque mask of fury. "You can't!" She's a dirty woman, a gold-digging woman. Robin tries to pull her back, but she shoves him away. "How could you do this to me, Daddy?" she shrieks. "In front of everyone!" With her? I remain on one knee, my gaze locked on Beverly, ignoring my daughter's hysterical performance. I give Beverly a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Say yes." "Yes," Beverly breathes, tears welling in her eyes. "Yes, Nelson, of course, I'll marry you." The room erupts in applause. I slide the massive diamond onto her finger and rise, pulling her into a kiss that is both a public sealing of our engagement and a final brutal dismissal of my daughter. "She's a liar!" Sharon is sobbing now. "She's manipulating all of you!" I finally turn my head, my expression one of cold, bored indifference. I catch Santos's eye and give the signal. My security team moves in with quiet efficiency. "Get your hands off me!" she screeches as they take her arms. "Daddy, make them stop!" I turn my back on her, focusing my attention back on Beverly. The entire restaurant watches in stunned silence as my daughter is physically escorted from the premises. Robin, after a moment of cowardly paralysis, scurries after her. The show is over. Later in the car, the silence is a thick, heavy blanket. Beverly is quiet, her head turned away, watching the city lights. The massive diamond on her finger catches the passing streetlights, sending fractured prisms of light dancing across the dark interior. But then I see it. It's not a big, performative smile. It's a slow, quiet, deeply personal thing. A small, genuine smile of pure, unadulterated triumph spreads across her lips. It's a smile that isn't for me. It's not part of the act, it's for herself. The light in her eyes is not a reflection of the city outside. It's a fire lit from within. In that moment, she is not a victim. She is not a pawn in my game. She is a queen who has just watched her enemies fall. And as I watch her, a flicker of something hot and dangerously real moves through my chest. It's a feeling that has no place in our contract. It's not part of the deal. It's a variable I never anticipated, And it is, without a doubt, the most terrifying thing I've felt in years.
Chapter 8. Beverly. I still can't believe this is your life now, Lena says, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous, marble-floored foyer of Nelson's penthouse. She places the last of my moving boxes, a pathetic collection of 3 cardboard containers holding my favorite books, my grandmother's photo albums, and my small collection of houseplants, on the floor. They look comically out of place, like humble, earthy refugees in a futuristic space station. It's not my life, I correct her, my voice sounding small in the vast, empty space. It's a temporary installation, an art project titled Revenge is a Dish, Best Served from a Billionaire's Penthouse. Lena snorts, her eyes sweeping the area. Well, the production design is top-notch. Jesus, Bev. My entire apartment could fit in this hallway. She runs a hand over a sleek chrome console table that holds nothing but a single, perfect white orchid. So, this is it. You're really doing this. You're going to be Mrs. Whitaker. In name only, I remind her, smoothing down my eyebrow out of sheer, overwhelming habit. Yeah, well, the name comes with some serious perks. She leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You have no idea the chaos you've caused at the office. The rumor mill is on fire. Half the paralegals in the acquisitions department are in mourning. You know what they call him, right? The secret office nickname? I shake my head, a reluctant smile tugging at my lips. Hot Daddy, she says, deadpan. And now you've gone and landed the HD himself. They're both devastated and deeply impressed. I can't help but laugh, a real, genuine laugh that feels foreign after the last few weeks of tension and grief. That's ridiculous. He's old? He's not old. He's seasoned. Lena corrects me with the authority of a connoisseur. He's a silver fox. The kind of man who looks like he knows exactly what he's doing in a boardroom and a bedroom. And now he's your fiancé. I saw Sharon's Instagram story this morning, by the way. My good humor evaporates. Oh, God. What now? Just a black screen with text, Lena says, pulling out her phone to find it. It said, "Can't sleep. The world is a cruel place when the woman who was supposed to be your best friend decides to become your stepmother instead." It had a broken heart emoji and everything. The girl's a walking soap opera. A bitter, satisfying warmth spreads through my chest. It's working. The humiliation is public, and it is ongoing. Good, I say, the word coming out colder than I expect. Lena looks up from her phone, her expression turning serious. Are you sure you're okay, Bev? For real? This is a lot. That man is intense. I work for him. He doesn't do anything without a strategic objective. I'm the one who proposed the deal, remember? I say, my voice steadier than I feel. I'm not his pawn. I'm his partner, in this anyway. Just be careful, she says, giving my arm a squeeze. A deal with the devil always has fine print. She glances at her watch. I have to go. Call me tonight. Give me all the juicy behind-the-scenes details. She gives me a fierce hug, and then she's gone. The heavy penthouse door clicking shut behind her, sealing me in. The silence that rushes back in is heavier than before. It's the silence of a museum after hours. I am completely, utterly alone. A woman in a crisp gray uniform appears as if from nowhere. She is older, with her hair pulled back in a severe bun and an expression that could curdle milk. Miss Jones, I am Mrs. Albright, the head of household staff. Mr. Whitaker has instructed me to show you to your wing. My wing. The word is so absurd I almost laugh again. She leads me down a long white hallway that is empty except for a few pieces of abstract art that look angry and expensive. She opens a set of double doors, revealing a suite of rooms that are, by themselves, larger than my entire apartment. A massive bedroom with a wall of glass overlooking the city, a sitting room, a walk-in closet the size of a small boutique, and a bathroom clad in floor-to-ceiling gray marble. It's stunning, and it's as cold and impersonal as a luxury hotel. Mr. Whitaker's wing is on the opposite side of the penthouse, Mrs. Albright says, her tone clipped and professional. Breakfast is served at 7 a.m. in the dining room. Dinner is at 8. Mr. Whitaker works from his home office in the evenings. He is not to be disturbed. Thank you, Mrs. Albright, I say, trying to inject some warmth into my voice. She gives me a curt nod, her eyes scanning my 3 pathetic moving boxes with a flicker of disdain before she turns and leaves, her soft-soled shoes making no sound on the plush gray carpet. The loneliness is a physical weight, pressing down on me. This is my life now. A gilded cage, I spend the rest of the afternoon unpacking my few belongings, the familiar spines of my books, and the worn frames of my grandmother's photos, looking alien against the stark modern furniture. That evening, Nelson and I meet in the dining room. We sit at opposite ends of a glass table that could comfortably seat 20. The silence is a chasm between us. I trust your move-in was satisfactory, he says, his voice formal. It was, I reply, pushing a piece of perfectly seared salmon around my plate. Mrs. Albright seems efficient. She is. He sets his fork down, his gaze direct and analytical. We should establish some ground rules for our cohabitation. Agreed, I say, grateful for the return to business. Separate wings. No personal questions that aren't directly related to maintaining our public story. And your job, he adds. You will maintain your regular hours at the society. It adds to the narrative of a normal life. I wouldn't have it any other way, I say. We look at each other, 2 CEOs finalizing a merger. The intimacy of the last few weeks, the shared glances and charged touches, feels like a dream. This is the reality, this cold contractual distance. The first few days are excruciatingly awkward. We are 2 strangers orbiting each other in a vast, silent space. Our breakfasts are silent affairs, the only sound the clink of silverware. In the evenings, he disappears into his office, and I retreat to my wing. I feel like a ghost haunting someone else's life. My only solace is a discovery I make on the 3rd day. Tucked away on the far side of the sprawling terrace is a glass structure I hadn't noticed before. A greenhouse. Inside, it's a neglected jungle of half-dead orchids and dusty forgotten ferns. It's the only part of the penthouse that shows any sign of disarray, of life gone untended. It's the only part that feels real. I claim it immediately. I spend my evenings out there after work, my hands buried in fresh soil, repotting the orchids, trimming the dead leaves from the ferns, murmuring to them, encouraging them back to life. It's my little patch of earth in this sterile sky palace. About a week into my stay, I'm in the greenhouse, humming to myself as I missed a newly blooming orchid when the door slides open. Nelson stands there, dressed not in a suit, but in a simple black t-shirt and dark trousers. It's the first time I've seen him so casually dressed. The soft fabric clings to his broad shoulders and chest, and the effect is startlingly, disarmingly masculine. He says nothing, simply watches me from the doorway. It's a phalaenopsis, I say, voice a little breathless. A moth orchid. They're surprisingly resilient. He walks further into the greenhouse, his presence seeming to suck up all the warm, humid air. He stops in front of a strange, alien-looking plant with mottled leaves. And this one? A paphiopedilum, I say, moving closer. Our shoulders are inches apart. I can smell the clean, soapy scent of his skin. A lady slipper orchid. They're notoriously difficult. This one was almost dead when I found it. You seem to have a talent for reviving things, he says, voice a low rumble. It's the first conversation we've had that isn't about the contract. My grandmother taught me, I say, a genuine smile touching my lips. She says every living thing deserves a second chance. He looks from the plant to me, his blue eyes holding an expression I can't quite decipher. He says nothing more, just gives a curt nod and leaves. But something has shifted. A tiny crack has appeared in the wall between us. The next night I can't sleep. The silence of my wing is too loud. I pad out to the kitchen, hoping a cup of herbal tea will help. As I pass the main living area, I see a light on. Nelson is sitting in one of the severe, uncomfortable-looking armchairs, a glass of what I assume is scotch on the table beside him. He's not working. He's reading an actual, physical, hardcover book. He looks up as I enter, his eyes tracking me as I move to the kitchen. Can't sleep? He asks. No, I say, filling the electric kettle. My mind won't shut off. What are you reading? I ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. A biography of Marcus Aurelius, he says. Meditations is one of my favorite books, I say, surprised. The corner of his mouth twitches. A woman of taste, then. We fall into a quiet, easy conversation about history, about Stoic philosophy, about the weight of legacies. It's the longest we've ever spoken. There is no agenda, no performance, just two people talking in the dead of night, surrounded by a sleeping city. A few nights later, our nightly encounters have become a tentative routine. He's in the living room, reading, when I come out for my tea. I have a proposition for you, Beverly, he says, closing his book. Another contract? I ask, raising an eyebrow. A challenge. He gestures to a low cabinet I'd never noticed before. He opens it, revealing a beautiful hand-carved wooden chess set. Do you play? My grandfather taught me, I say, a slow smile spreading across my face. He was ruthless. Good, Nelson says, setting up the board on the coffee table. So am I. Our first game is a silent, intense affair. He plays a brutally efficient, aggressive game. I play a defensive, patient one, waiting for him to make a mistake. He doesn't. He beats me in 20 moves. Again, I say, my competitive spirit, long dormant, roaring to life. We play again. And again. Our chess matches become our new ritual. A silent, strategic conversation that says more than words ever could. We learn each other's rhythms, our tells, our weaknesses. I learn to anticipate his attacks. He learns to respect my defense. And somewhere, in the midst of 1,000 captured pawns and threatened kings, in the shared silence of the greenhouse and the low-lit conversations about Roman emperors, the cold, hard lines of our business arrangement begin to soften, blurring into something else entirely. Something warmer. Something infinitely more dangerous.
Chapter 9. Nelson. The quiet hum of our evenings has become a fixture in my life, a ritual as ingrained as my 5 a.m. workout. We are at dinner, the glass table between us no longer a chasm but a shared space. The silence isn't empty anymore. It's comfortable, punctuated by the easy rhythm of our conversation. Tonight, we're not discussing contracts or public appearances. We are arguing, with a surprising amount of passion, about the architectural merits of brutalism. "It's not soulless," Beverly insists, her dark eyes flashing with conviction as she gestures with her fork. "It's honest. It's raw, functional, and doesn't hide what it is. There's a power in that. It's a celebration of concrete," I counter, my lips twitching. It's the architectural equivalent of a tax audit. Efficient, yes, but entirely devoid of joy. "There is joy in function," she says, a slow smile spreading across her face. "You, of all people, should appreciate that." She has me there. The woman is a damn fine debater. She's learned my rhythms, my arguments, and knows precisely where to insert the scalpel of her logic. Our nightly chess matches have bled into our dinners. Our conversations a constant, stimulating parry and thrust. I find I look forward to it more than any business negotiation. It's a meeting of minds I have not experienced in, well, ever. Before I can formulate a retort, her phone, sitting face down on the table, begins to vibrate, a low, insistent buzz against the glass. Her smile vanishes, replaced by a small frown. "Sorry," she says, picking it up. It's the nursing home. I watch as her entire demeanor shifts. The confident, witty woman from a moment ago dissolves, replaced by a raw, unfiltered panic. The color drains from her face, leaving her beautiful dark skin looking ashen under the soft dining room lights. Her knuckles are white where she grips the phone. "What?" she whispers, her voice a thin, fragile thing. "Is she okay? Yes. Which hospital? I'm on my way." She hangs up, her hand trembling so badly she almost drops the phone. Her eyes, wide and full of a terror that makes my gut clench, find mine across the table. "It's my grandmother," she says, the words stumbling out. "She fell. They think she broke her hip. She's at St. Catherine's." For a full second, my mind defaults to its programming. St. Catherine's is a 40-minute drive. I have a conference call with the Tokyo board in an hour. This is not my problem. This is her personal life. The thoughts are cold, efficient, and utterly useless. They are overridden by a single, primal, and completely illogical impulse. I am on my feet before I've even processed the decision. "Let's go." "What?" She looks up at me, confused, her mind clearly still reeling from the news. "Nelson, you don't have to. I can get a cab." "Don't be ridiculous," I say, my voice sharper than I intend. I walk to the console table in the foyer, grabbing my car keys. "I'm driving you." I'm already dialing Lena on my own phone. She answers on the first ring. "Cancel my 9 p.m. with Tokyo," I say, my voice leaving no room for questions. "Reschedule everything for tomorrow morning. A family emergency has come up." I hang up before she can reply. When I turn back, Beverly is standing in the living room, looking small and lost in the vast, empty space. I walk to her, stopping just short of touching her. "Get your coat." The drive to the hospital is a study in tense silence. Beverly stares out the window, her hands twisted in her lap. I focus on the road, my hands tight on the steering wheel, navigating the city traffic with an aggressive, focused precision. I'm channeling my inability to fix the actual problem into the one thing I can control, the speed and efficiency with which we get there. Every red light feels like a personal insult. Every slow driver a mortal enemy. The emergency room at St. Catherine's is a special kind of hell. A chaotic symphony of beeping machines, crying children, and the sharp, pervasive smell of antiseptic and despair. The fluorescent lighting is harsh and unforgiving, leaching the color from everything. Beverly approaches the admissions desk, her voice trembling slightly as she gives her grandmother's name. The nurse, a harried-looking woman with exhaustion etched into the lines around her eyes, hands her a clipboard full of forms. Beverly stares at the paperwork as if it's written in a foreign language. Her hands are shaking too much to hold the pen steady. "This, I can fix." I take the clipboard from her, my fingers brushing hers. She looks up at me, her eyes swimming with a mixture of gratitude and shock. "I'll handle this," I say, my voice firm. "Go find a place to sit." I turn to the nurse, my entire demeanor shifting into that of the man who runs a multi-billion-dollar empire. My fiancé's grandmother, Esther Jones, was just admitted with a suspected hip fracture, I say, my voice calm but laced with an authority that makes the nurse's posture straighten. "I need to know her status, which doctor is on her case, and what room you'll be moving her to. Now." For the next 20 minutes, I cut through the hospital's bureaucratic red tape like a hot knife through butter. I deal with the insurance forms, I get the name of the orthopedic surgeon on call, and I secure a private room for Esther on the surgical floor. I am a machine, processing information, making demands, and getting results. And all the while I am intensely aware of Beverly, watching me from a hard plastic chair in the waiting room, her expression unreadable. A doctor finally comes to find us. He's young. Looks like he hasn't slept in a week, but his eyes are intelligent. He confirms the diagnosis: a clean fracture of the femoral neck. She'll need surgery, a partial hip replacement, first thing in the morning. Can we see her? Beverly asks, her voice tight. She's in room 612, the doctor says. She's sedated, but you can sit with her. Esther Jones is not what I expect. Lying in the hospital bed, she looks small and fragile, a network of tubes and wires connecting her to the beeping machines beside her. But her eyes, when they flutter open, are anything but. They are sharp, intelligent, and miss nothing. They land on Beverly first, a wave of love and relief softening their edges. Then they slide to me, standing just behind Beverly's shoulder, and they become shrewd, analytical, and deeply suspicious. "Beverly, baby," she says, voice a little slurred from the medication, but still possessing a surprising strength. "Who is this man?" "Grandma, this is Nelson," Beverly says, her hand finding her grandmother's on the starchy white sheet. "Nelson? This is my grandmother, Esther." "Nelson," Esther repeats, testing the name. Her eyes rake over me, taking in the expensive suit, the watch on my wrist, the lines on my face. It's the most thorough and unnerving appraisal I have ever been subjected to. "You the one been sending my grandbaby all them flowers that are taking over her apartment?" "I am," I say, my voice even. She looks back at Beverly, her expression turning stern. "And you weren't going to tell me you had a man, Beverly Jones? A handsome, rich, older man at that? I have to find out from a fall that nearly sends me to the pearly gates?" I knew that Robin wasn't good enough. Beverly flinches, her cheeks flushing with color. "Grandma, it's all been so fast. I was going to tell you." "So fast you're engaged?" Esther says, her sharp eyes zeroing in on the 5-carat diamond on Beverly's finger, which suddenly looks like a garish, incriminating spotlight. "That's what the nurse at the front desk told me. Said my granddaughter's handsome fiancé was raising hell to get me a private room. We are caught. The lie we constructed for the public is now being stress-tested by the one person Beverly cannot and will not lie to." I see the panic in Beverly's eyes, the frantic search for an explanation that doesn't involve the cold, hard truth of our contract. I step forward, placing a hand on Beverly's shoulder, a gesture that is a performance for Esther and a silent signal to Beverly to let me handle this. "It's my fault, Esther," I say, my voice imbued with a warmth and sincerity I didn't know I possessed. "I swept your granddaughter off her feet. I didn't give her a moment to breathe, let alone make proper introductions. When you know, and I knew from the moment I saw her." Esther's gaze remains skeptical, but a flicker of something else enters her eyes. Curiosity. "Beverly has always been too soft," she says, her eyes still on me, but her words for her granddaughter. "Lets people walk all over her. That good-for-nothing boy, Robin, was proof of that. She needs someone strong, someone mature, someone in charge." A protective instinct, fierce and unfamiliar, rises in my chest. "With all due respect, Esther," I say, my voice low and firm, my grip tightening slightly on Beverly's shoulder. "Beverly is not soft. She is kind. There is a difference. She is the strongest, most resilient person I have ever met. She is perfect exactly as she is." I turn my head, my gaze finding Beverly's. Her eyes are wide, luminous, full of a shocked, vulnerable emotion that makes my throat tighten. And she is perfect for me. I love her. The words hang in the sterile, antiseptic air of the hospital room. A lie, a line from our script, but as I say it, looking into Beverly's beautiful, startled face, a profound and deeply inconvenient truth washes over me. The lie isn't entirely a lie at all. It's the truest thing I've said in years. She's perfect for me, and I like her. This woman with her quiet strength, her fierce intelligence, her surprising wit, and her deep, unwavering capacity for love. She fits into the empty spaces of my life with a terrifying, perfect precision. The chemistry is undeniable. Her personality is a stimulating, challenging joy. I'm not just attracted to her. I am completely undone by her. Esther is quiet for a long moment, her shrewd gaze moving between the two of us. Then a slow, knowing smile spreads across her face. She looks at Beverly and then back at me and gives a single, subtle, approving nod. The validation is a relief, but it is overshadowed by the cataclysmic realization that has just detonated in my own mind. I have spent my entire life controlling the variables, and I have just discovered that the single most important variable in my world is the one person I can't control at all.
Chapter 10. Beverly. The hospital room has started to feel less like a sterile prison and more like a temporary sunroom. Nelson's daily flower deliveries have completely transformed the space, turning the drab, beige room into a vibrant, fragrant oasis. Today's offering is a riot of sunny yellow tulips, and their cheerful, optimistic color is a perfect match for my grandmother's mood. Esther is sitting up in her chair, a new book open in her lap, a historical biography Nelson had delivered after discovering their shared interest. Looking more like a queen holding court than a patient recovering from hip surgery. The physical therapists are miracle workers, and my grandmother, a woman forged from pure grit and stubbornness, is their star pupil. But I know the real reason for the light in her eyes is the man currently sitting opposite her. Nelson is in the middle of telling her a story about a ruthless corporate negotiation he navigated in his 20s, and he has her completely captivated. He's not the cold, calculating titan from the boardroom. He's a masterful storyteller, his deep baritone animated, his hands gesturing as he describes the bluffs and counterbluffs. He's charming. It's a side of him I've only seen in glimpses during our late-night conversations. But here, in the warm, flower-filled room, it's on full display. And it is devastatingly attractive. So I told him he could either accept my offer, or he could explain to his shareholders why his company's stock was about to be worth less than the paper it was printed on. Nelson concludes, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Esther lets out a hearty laugh, a rich, full-bodied sound that fills the room with warmth. "Oh, I like you, son," she says, her eyes twinkling. "You don't play. Beverly, this one's a keeper. He reminds me of your grandfather. He'd have liked you." The compliment, the easy way she includes him in our family, sends a complicated, bittersweet pang through my chest. This is all a lie. A beautiful, convincing, and utterly heartbreaking lie. I feel a familiar guilt coiling in my stomach, but I force a smile. It's a lie in exchange for grandfather's land. Guilt threatens to swallow me whole. Grandpa would have challenged him to a chess match and tried to hustle him out of his company, I say. And Nelson's mouth gives that single sharp twitch that I know is his version of a laugh. A challenge I would have gladly accepted, he says, his impossibly blue eyes finding mine. The warmth in his gaze is so convincing, so seemingly real, that my breath lodges in my throat. We are so good at this. Too good. "I'm going to go grab us some fresh water," I say, needing a moment to escape the intensity of the room. I stand, the legs of my chair scraping softly against the linoleum. "I'll be right back." I walk out into the hallway, the cool antiseptic air a welcome shock to my system. I lean against the wall for a moment, pressing my palms against the cold surface, trying to ground myself. It's all getting too real. The lines are blurring, the edges of our performance softening until I can't tell where the act ends and the truth begins. Well, look what we have here. The voice is a razor blade, slicing through the quiet hum of the hospital corridor. I straighten up, my entire body going rigid. Sharon is standing a few feet away, leaning against the opposite wall. She's wearing designer athleisure wear that probably costs more than my monthly salary, but there's nothing relaxed about her. Her face is pale, her eyes are puffy and rimmed with red, and her arms are crossed tightly over her chest. She looks like a viper, coiled and ready to strike. "What are you doing here, Sharon?" I ask, my voice low and even. I will not let her see me rattled. "Visiting my father's future mother-in-law, of course," she says, her voice dripping with saccharine poison. "Just trying to be a supportive future stepdaughter. It's what you would do, right? You're so good at playing the part of the perfect, caring woman." "My grandmother is recovering from major surgery," I say, my voice becoming colder. "This is not the time or the place for your drama." "Oh, but this is the perfect place," she says, pushing off the wall and taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. "Hospitals are for big news, aren't they? Births, deaths, pregnancies." She stops in front of me, a cruel, triumphant smirk twisting her lips. She places a hand on her flat stomach, a gesture that is both proprietary and performative. "I'm pregnant, Beverly," she says, the words designed to be a kill shot. "It's Robin's. We're going to be a family." The air leaves my lungs in a silent, painful rush. A baby with Robin. The future that was supposed to be mine, the one I dreamed of since I was a little girl, is being handed to the woman who destroyed my life. It's a fresh, visceral kind of pain, a hollowing out of a space inside me I didn't even know was still vulnerable. I can picture it all. The nursery, the christening, the life that they will build on the ashes of mine. Sharon sees the flicker of pain in my eyes, and she pounces on it, her voice dropping to a vicious whisper. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Or is it just the bitter, shriveled up feeling of your own empty womb? You must be barren, infertile. It's a blessing, really. Can you imagine Robin being tied to someone so vanilla?" That word, is a lit match dropped into the raw, open wound of my heart. Rage, hot and pure, surges through me, burning away the pain. I lift my chin, my eyes meeting hers, my own voice a blade of ice. "You're pathetic, Sharon." Her smirk falters. "What did you just say to me?" "You heard me. You have to use a baby, an innocent child, as a weapon because it's the only move you have left. You are so terrified of being irrelevant that you would stoop to this. It's sad. You think you're so much better than me, don't you?" She seethes, her face contorting with ugly fury. "Hitching your wagon to my father. You'll never have a penny of his money, you know. It's mine. All of it. He may be infatuated with his little project right now, but he will get bored of you. You are not good enough for him." "And you think you are?" I counter, my voice dangerously quiet. "The daughter he can't stand? The one he had to have physically removed from a party because she was embarrassing him?" The truth of the words hits her like a physical blow. Her face crumples, then hardens again. "He loves me, and he will see you for what you are." "What I am," I say, stepping closer, my voice ringing with a conviction that feels terrifyingly real, "is the woman he loves. This has nothing to do with money. It has to do with love, something you clearly know nothing about." I feel a pang of guilt at the lie, at using the sacred word as a weapon, but I push it down. In this war, there are no clean weapons. "You're a liar," she shrieks, her control finally snapping. Her hand flies up, her raspberry-colored nails a blur as she swings at my face. I brace for the impact, but it never comes. A hand, large and powerful, shoots out and catches her wrist in an iron grip, stopping her arm midair. Nelson is standing there, his body a solid wall between us. He must have come out to see what was taking me so long. His face is a mask of cold, controlled fury, his blue eyes like chips of ice. "That," he says in a deep, deadly growl that makes the hairs on my arm stand up, "is enough." He releases her wrist, shoving her back a step. She stumbles, cradling her hand, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Show some respect, Sharon. Nelson continues, his voice dangerously quiet. You will not speak to her that way. And you will not lay a hand on her. She is going to be my wife, which makes her your stepmother. You will stay away from her. Is that understood? The word stepmother is a final brutal nail in her coffin. A strangled, pathetic sob escapes her lips. She glares at me one last time, her eyes filled with a hatred so pure it's almost impressive, before she turns and storms down the hallway, her designer sneakers squeaking on the polished floor. The silence she leaves behind is deafening. Nelson turns to me, his expression softening, the icy fury in his eyes replaced by a deep, unwavering concern. Are you all right? He asks, his hands coming up to gently cup my shoulders, his thumbs stroking the tense muscles. I can only nod, my throat too tight to speak. The adrenaline is fading, leaving me shaky and cold. I'm sorry, Beverly, he says, his voice a rough murmur. I am so sorry you had to endure that. He pulls me into a hug, a real one, his arms wrapping around me, holding me securely against the solid warmth of his chest. I collapse against him, burying my face in the soft wool of his suit jacket. And at last, since this whole nightmare began, I feel safe. After a moment, he pulls back, his hands still on my shoulders. Let's go back inside. We walk back into my grandmother's room together. She looks from my face to Nelson's, her shrewd eyes missing nothing, but she says nothing about the confrontation. Instead, she pats the bed beside her. Nelson, dear, be a doll and peel me one of those oranges, will you? My hands aren't what they used to be. Without a word, Nelson sits down, picks up an orange from the fruit basket, and begins to peel it. His large, capable hands work with a surprising gentle precision, the knife moving in a long, unbroken spiral, the citrusy scent filling the air. He separates the segments, removes every last bit of pith, and offers them to my grandmother, one by one. We fall back into an easy conversation, the ugliness of the hallway fading into the background. Esther is happy, holding court, and Nelson is the perfect attentive suitor. The scene is so domestic, so real, it makes my heart ache. So, Esther says, after finishing the last of the orange, her gaze moving between the two of us. When's the wedding? You two can't keep an old woman in suspense forever. I freeze, my mind blank. We've never discussed an actual date. Nelson, without missing a beat, reaches over and takes my hand, his fingers lacing through mine. Soon, Grandma, I say, finding my voice. Very soon, Nelson adds, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. We've decided on a quiet civil ceremony first, just for the family. We can plan a larger church wedding for the spring, after you're back on your feet and can dance the night away. The lie is so perfect, so thoughtful. It takes my breath away. He has not only answered her question, but has included her in our future, a future that doesn't even exist. Esther beams, her face alight with pure, unadulterated joy. Oh, that's just wonderful, she says, clapping her hands together softly. Just wonderful. I look at Nelson, at the man who can command boardrooms and peel oranges with equal focused intensity, who can protect me from his own daughter and spin a beautiful lie to comfort my grandmother. And I realize, with a terrifying, heart-stopping certainty, that my feelings for him are no longer part of the performance. They are slowly becoming real. Chapter 11. Beverly. The room the courthouse provides for brides is less a bridal suite and more a glorified closet. It's a small windowless space with beige walls, a slightly sticky floor, and a large unforgiving mirror that reflects my entire, absurd reality back at me. I'm wearing a simple, elegant ivory sheath dress that cost more than my first car. My hair is swept up in an intricate style that took 3 hours to perfect. The 5-carat diamond on my left hand feels like a beautiful, brilliant lie. In 30 minutes, I am going to marry Nelson Whitaker. You look... Damn, Bev, Lena says from her position by the door, where she's acting as a self-appointed bouncer. You look like you could acquire a small country in that dress. That's the goal, I say, trying for a lightness I don't feel. My stomach is a churning sea of anxiety and something else, something warm and dangerously close to hope. My grandmother, Esther, wheels herself closer, her eyes bright and proud. She insisted on coming, on being here for this. Her presence is both a comfort and a fresh source of guilt. She's wearing a lavender suit, a matching fascinator perched jauntily on her head, and her favorite weapon, a large, black, formidable-looking umbrella, is resting against the arm of her wheelchair. You look beautiful, baby girl, she says, her voice thick with emotion, just like your mother did. Strong, ready. I bend down and kiss her cheek, the skin soft and papery. Thank you, Grandma, for everything. All right, enough of the mushy stuff, Lena says, checking her watch. 20 minutes to go. I'm going to go make sure the groom hasn't made a run for it. She winks, then slips out the door, leaving me alone with my grandmother. Are you happy, Beverly? Esther asks, her voice suddenly serious, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Before I can formulate a response that isn't a complete and total lie, the door creaks open again. I assume it's Lena returning, but the man who slips inside is the last person on earth I ever wanted to see again. Robin. He looks terrible. His usually perfect hair is a mess. There are dark circles under his eyes, and his suit is rumpled, as if he slept in it. He looks haggard, desperate, and the sight of him fills me with nothing but a cold, weary disgust. Bev. He breathes, his eyes wild as he closes the door behind him. Thank God. I had to bribe a janitor to get in here. You can't do this. Get out, Robin, I say, my voice becoming a dark, dangerous command. My entire body goes rigid, a cold fury washing away my pre-wedding nerves. No, you don't understand, he says, taking a step towards me. He's too old for you. He's using you. This is some kind of sick game to get back at Sharon, at me. You have to leave with me, now, before you make the biggest mistake of your life. He reaches for my arm, his fingers wrapping around my wrist. The touch is repulsive, a phantom limb from a life I've already amputated. And then all hell breaks loose. You get your filthy, good-for-nothing hands off my granddaughter? Esther's voice is a roar, with a speed and agility that defies her recent surgery. She wheels her chair forward, grabs her umbrella, and brings it down with a resounding thwack across Robin's back. Ow! What the hell? He yelps, stumbling back, releasing my arm. Esther is not done. She swings again, a warrior queen in a lavender suit, whacking him across the shins. I said, "Get out," she bellows, raising the umbrella for a third strike. The door bursts open again and Nelson is there, taking in the scene in an instant. Me, pale and furious. Robin cowering like a beaten dog, and my grandmother winding up for another swing of her umbrella. Robin, Nelson says, voice a low, deadly growl that freezes everyone in place. You have 3 seconds to get out of this room before I remove you myself. Robin, seeing his alpha male rival, puffs up his chest, a pathetic display of bravado. You can't tell me what to do. I'm here to save her from you. He takes a swing, a clumsy, telegraphed punch that Nelson sidesteps with an almost bored grace. Nelson's response is not graceful. It is brutally efficient. He hits Robin once, a short, sharp, powerful jab to the jaw. The sound is a sickening crack of bone against bone. Robin's eyes roll back in his head, and he crumples to the sticky floor like a discarded puppet. Just as he goes down, Sharon appears in the doorway, her face a mask of horror. "Robin? Daddy, what did you do?" She rushes to Robin's side, trying to help him up. He just groans. She glares up at Nelson, her eyes blazing with toxic, hateful fire. "You will regret this," she spits. "Both of you. I will make you regret this for the rest of your lives." She hauls a dazed and bleeding Robin to his feet and drags him out of the room. The silence they leave behind is thick and heavy. Nelson turns to me, his chest rising and falling from the exertion, his knuckles already starting to swell. His gaze is intense, searching my face for any sign of distress. He looks from me to my grandmother, who is calmly resting her umbrella back against her chair, as if she's just finished a round of golf. "Are you all right?" he asks, his voice rumbling low, the fury from moments ago replaced by a raw concern that makes my knees feel weak. I can only nod, my throat tight. I stare at the man in the impeccably tailored tuxedo, a man who just laid out my ex-fiancé without breaking a sweat, and a wave of something fierce and protective and dangerously close to love washes over me. "Well," Esther says, breaking the silence with a satisfied sniff, "I think it's time for a wedding." The walk to the judge's chambers is surreal. The adrenaline is still singing in my veins, a high-pitched thrum beneath my skin. Nelson's hand finds mine, his fingers lacing through my own, and the solid, warm pressure is the only thing keeping me grounded. The ceremony itself is a blur of formal words and quiet promises. We stand before a judge in a small wood-paneled room. Lena is on my side, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Esther is beside her, looking on with fierce pride. Nelson's hand is a warm, steady presence in mine. His vows are simple, economical, and devoid of the flowery lies he spun at my birthday party. He promises to honor, respect, and protect me. And when he says it, looking directly into my eyes, his gaze unwavering and intense, I believe him. My own vows feel like they're being pulled from some deep, hidden well inside me. I talk about second chances, about finding strength in unexpected places, about building a future on a foundation of truth and respect. And then the judge says the words, "You may kiss the bride." Nelson turns to me. His hands come up to cup my face, his thumbs stroking my cheekbones. This is not the chaste, performative kiss from the restaurant. This is not for an audience. He leans in and his lips meet mine, and the world falls away. The kiss is slow, deep, and full of a desperate, unspoken heat. It's a kiss of possession, of branding, of a promise that has absolutely nothing to do with the words we just spoke. It's a kiss that tastes like scotch and secrets, and a future I am terrified to want. When he finally pulls away, I am breathless, my entire body humming with an energy that is both thrilling and terrifying. In the car on the way to the restaurant, a fragile quiet settles over us. Nelson is driving, his bruised knuckles a stark contrast to the pristine white of the steering wheel. I sit in the passenger seat, the weight of the new gold band on my finger, a constant, solid reminder of what just happened. I am a married woman. I am Mrs. Nelson Whitaker. "Your grandmother is a formidable woman," he says, his voice an ominous rumble that breaks the silence. A small laugh escapes me. "You have no idea. That umbrella has been her weapon of choice for years. It's seen off stray dogs, rude salesmen, and now, one pathetic ex-fiancé." The corner of his mouth twitches. "I'm glad she was on my side." "Me too," I say softly. The mood shifts, the lightness fading. We are heading to a reception where our enemies will be waiting. I feel a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. As if sensing it, Nelson reaches over, his hand covering mine on the center console. "We handle them together," he says, his voice firm. "No more surprises." The small reception is as tense as I expected. Sharon and Robin are already there, sitting at the far end of the table, radiating misery. But this time, I feel different. I am not the woman who was left. I'm the woman who just married Nelson Whitaker. I walk in with my head held high, his hand a warm, steady presence on my back. I watch Sharon like a hawk. I see her wave over a specific waiter, the subtle exchange, the satisfied smirk as the platter of prosciutto-wrapped melon is placed on the table. It's an amateur move, born of desperation. "Oh, Nelson, darling," I say, my voice loud enough for the whole table to hear. "Look, prosciutto-wrapped melon. I know how much you wanted to try it, but the doctor said you need to watch your sodium." I turn to Sharon, my expression a mask of sweet concern. "Sharon, you should have some. You're eating for 2 now after all. You need your strength." Before she can protest, I use the serving tongs to place a heaping portion onto her plate. Her eyes widen in panic, but she's trapped. I watch, a cold, vicious satisfaction curling in my stomach as she is forced to take a bite, and another. 20 minutes later, she bolts from the table, her face a pale, sickly green. Robin, ever the dutiful partner, scurries after her. Lena leans over, her eyes wide with horrified admiration. "You are a stone-cold brat, Beverly Jones Whitaker," she whispers. "And I have never been more proud." The rest of the meal is surprisingly pleasant. With the vipers gone, the atmosphere relaxes. Esther holds court, telling stories, and Nelson, my husband, laughs. The drive back to the penthouse is quiet again, but it's a different kind of quiet. It's the heavy, expectant silence of a wedding night. The reality of our situation comes crashing back down on me. Esther is staying in one of the guest suites, which means Nelson and I have to share a bed. The awkwardness returns with a vengeance. After seeing Esther and her nurse settled, I retreat to the cavernous marble bathroom in Nelson's wing, my heart hammering against my ribs. I change into a pair of silk pajamas, my hands trembling slightly. This is my wedding night, and I'm about to get into bed with a man who is my husband in name only, a man who makes my entire body feel like a live wire. When I come out, he's already in bed, propped up against the headboard, reading a book. He's wearing a pair of dark pajama pants and nothing else. My brain short circuits. I have never in my life seen a man so beautifully constructed. His chest is broad, dusted with a smattering of silver hair that tapers down to a lean, hard stomach. His shoulders are powerful, his arms corded with a muscle that speaks to a lifetime of discipline. This is not the soft, gym-toned body of a boy like Robin. This is the body of a man who commands empires and protects his own. Why is God testing me so? I mutter under my breath, the words a genuine, desperate prayer. "Did you say something?" he asks, looking up from his book, his blue eyes unreadable in the dim light. "Nothing," I squeak, my voice an octave too high. I scurry to the other side of the bed, a vast Arctic expanse of gray duvet, and slip under the covers. I lie there, stiff as a board, my back to him, hyper-aware of his presence, of the heat of his body just a few feet away. Why has no one ever told me that older men could be this attractive? It feels like a conspiracy, a secret society of devastatingly handsome, powerful men that I've just been granted access to. He turns off his bedside lamp, plunging the room into a soft darkness, illuminated only by the glittering city lights beyond the window. "Good night, Beverly," he says, his voice an ominous sound in the quiet. "Good night, Nelson," I whisper to the window. I lie there for what feels like an eternity, listening to the sound of his breathing, every nerve in my body on high alert. This is my husband, and this is my wedding night. And I have never, in my entire life, felt more completely and utterly screwed.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 12. Beverly. It has been 3 weeks since I became Mrs. Nelson Whitaker. 3 weeks of living in his beautiful, sterile penthouse, of sleeping alone in a bed large enough for a family of 4 in my own separate wing. My grandmother, after a week of being pampered and holding court, happily returned to the social life of her care home, leaving behind a silence in the penthouse that is both a relief and a source of profound, unspoken tension. The vast Arctic expanse of my own gray duvet is a nightly reminder of the one night I didn't sleep alone. Our wedding night. A night of chaste, torturous proximity that still haunts my waking thoughts. Our life has settled into a rhythm that is both comfortable and excruciatingly tense. We have breakfast together. We have dinner together, unless he has a late meeting like tonight. He's out with a group of investors, a dinner he mentioned he was dreading. On nights like these, the penthouse feels even larger, the silence more profound. I eat a solitary meal prepared by his chef, and then retreat to the only place that feels like mine, the greenhouse. The humid, earthy air wraps around me like a blanket. I'm repotting a lady's slipper orchid, my fingers deep in the rich, dark soil, murmuring to the stubborn plant. It's my nightly ritual, my therapy. But tonight I can't settle. I feel a strange, restless energy, a low-grade anxiety I can't shake. I keep glancing at the clock, a habit I've developed without even realizing it. He's usually home by 10 on nights like these. It's almost 11. My phone, sitting on a potting bench, buzzes to life, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet greenhouse. The screen flashes with Lena's name. A cold, sick feeling washes over me. She knows he's out tonight. She manages his schedule. She wouldn't call this late unless something was wrong. I wipe my hands on my jeans, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. Lena, what's wrong? Bev. Her voice is thin, panicked, and completely unlike her usual sharp, confident tone. Oh God, Bev. Lena, what is it? I grip the edge of the bench, the rough wood digging into my palms. You're scaring me. It's Nelson, she chokes out, and the world tilts on its axis. There's been an accident, a car accident. A truck ran a red light on the interstate. His driver, Samuel, is okay, but Nelson? Oh God, Bev, it's bad. The blood drains from my face. The greenhouse, my sanctuary, suddenly feels like it's closing in on me, the air thick and unbreathable. The carefully constructed walls of my composure, the steel I've been wrapping around my heart for months, they don't just crack, they explode. Which hospital? I ask, voice a strange, detached thing that doesn't sound like my own. St. Catherine's, she sobs. I'm on my way there now. I'll meet you there. I hang up. For a full second, I can't move. My body is frozen, but my mind is a chaotic storm of flashing images. His car, twisted metal, the look in his eyes when he plays chess, the feel of his hand on my back. A raw primal sound of pure terror escapes my throat. Then I'm running. I'm a blur of motion, stumbling through the vast, silent penthouse, my only thought to get out, to get to him. I don't think about a purse. I don't think about a coat. I grab the keys to the car he insisted I take, a sleek, practical sedan that is worlds away from his Audi. And I'm gone. The elevator's descent an agonizingly slow crawl. The drive to the hospital is a waking nightmare. I'm a terrible driver on a good day. Tonight, I'm a menace. Every red light is a fresh wave of agony. Every car that pulls out in front of me is a personal enemy. My hands are slick with sweat on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I'm praying. A frantic, incoherent stream of bargaining with a God I'm not even sure I believe in. Please let him be okay. Please. I'll do anything. Just let him be okay. The fear is a living thing inside me, a cold, venomous snake coiling around my heart, squeezing until I can't breathe. And in the middle of this terror, a single, horrifyingly clear thought cuts through the noise. I am not afraid of losing my business partner. I am not afraid of my revenge plot falling apart. I am afraid of losing him. The man who argues with me about architecture, who reads Roman philosophy, who taught me how to counter a Sicilian defense. The man whose presence has become the steady, quiet center of my chaotic world. The emergency room at St. Catherine's is the same special kind of hell I remember from my grandmother's fall. Only this time, it feels 1,000 times worse. I abandon the car with the valet and burst through the automatic doors. Lena is there, pacing near the admissions desk, her face pale and tear-streaked. She rushes to me, pulling me into a fierce hug. "He's alive," she whispers into my hair, her voice thick with relief. "He's conscious. They've taken him up for scans. It's his leg, mostly, and his head." A doctor finds us a few minutes later. "Mrs. Whitaker?" he asks, his eyes finding mine. The title, which has always felt like a costume, suddenly feels like a heavy, weighted cloak of responsibility. "Yes," I say, my voice surprisingly steady. "Your husband is very lucky," he says. "He has a moderate concussion, several broken ribs, and a clean fracture of his left tibia. He's going to need surgery to set the leg, but he's stable. The concussion is our main concern right now. We'll need to monitor him closely for the next 24 hours. He briefs me on the details. The medical jargon washing over me. I nod. I ask questions. I sign forms. I am the loving wife. I am the one in charge. The role reversal from just a few weeks ago, when Nelson was the one taking control for my grandmother, is a bitter cosmic irony. They finally let me see him. He's in a private room on a quiet floor, the lights dimmed. The steady rhythmic beep of the heart monitor is the only sound. He looks broken. There's a large purple bruise blooming on his temple, a cut on his cheek held together with butterfly stitches, and his left leg is encased in a temporary cast, elevated on a pile of pillows. His expensive suit has been cut away, replaced by a flimsy hospital gown that makes him look vulnerable, human. But the most jarring thing is his expression. His eyes are open, staring at the ceiling, and they are blazing with a cold, contained fury. He is not in pain. He is not scared. He is utterly, incandescently enraged. "Nelson," I whisper, my voice trembling as I approach the bed. His head turns slowly, his icy blue eyes finding mine. For a moment, the fury in them softens, replaced by something else, something unreadable. Then the mask of anger slams back into place. "This," he says, voice a low, gruff growl, "is an unacceptable failure. I have important business." He is furious at his own vulnerability, at the loss of control, at the sheer, random indignity of being broken by a careless truck driver. He is a king who has been temporarily deposed, and he is radiating a rage so potent it's practically a physical force in the room. I stand there, by his bedside, looking at this powerful, brilliant, and infuriatingly stubborn man, laid low in a hospital bed. The doctor's words echo in my mind. We'll need to monitor him closely. He'll need weeks of care at home. My role in this marriage, this complicated, dangerous, and increasingly real marriage, just got a lot more complicated. I am no longer just his business partner. I am no longer just his fake wife. I am his wife, and it is my job to put him back together.
Chapter 13. Nelson. The journey from the hospital to my penthouse is the most humiliating experience of my adult life. I'm transported like a piece of fragile, expensive cargo, a team of medical professionals orchestrating my every move. I am lifted, shifted, and settled into the back of a specially equipped vehicle, my leg, now encased in a hard cast from my toes to my thigh, propped up on a series of pillows. Every bump in the road sends a jolt of white-hot pain through my body, a visceral reminder of my own fragility. It is infuriating. Beverly sits in the front seat, her back ramrod straight. She spent the last 2 days at the hospital, a quiet, steady presence in the chair beside my bed. She dealt with the doctors, she managed the endless stream of paperwork, and she deflected the few visitors I would have otherwise had to endure. She did it all with a calm, unnerving competence that was both deeply impressive and profoundly unsettling. She has seamlessly transitioned into the role of the loving, capable wife, and the performance is so flawless, it no longer feels like a performance at all. When we arrive at the penthouse, Mrs. Albright and a team of 2 private duty nurses are waiting. They have converted the guest suite in my wing, a space I haven't entered in years, into a state-of-the-art recovery room, complete with a hospital bed and an array of medical equipment that makes my own home feel alien. The indignity of being wheeled into my own fortress, a prisoner in my own kingdom, is a bitter pill to swallow. They get me settled into the bed, a complicated procedure of lifting and adjusting that leaves me breathless and sweating with a mixture of pain and sheer impotent rage. I am a machine that has broken down, and these people are the mechanics, discussing my functions and malfunctions in low, clinical tones right in front of me. We'll need to turn him every 2 hours to prevent bed sores. The older nurse, a stern-looking woman named Ingrid, says to the younger one. His pain medication is scheduled for 1,600 hours, the other one, Claire, replies, making a note on a chart. They're talking about me as if I am an object, a project. I clench my jaw, the muscles aching with the effort of not roaring at them to get out. The first week is a monotonous, private hell. My world shrinks to the 4 walls of this room. My body is a traitor, my mind a cage. I try to work, but the lingering effects of the concussion make it difficult to focus on complex legal documents. The pain is a constant, unwelcome companion, a dull, throbbing ache that spikes into sharp agony with the slightest movement. The nurses are efficient, clinical, and completely useless for anything beyond the physical. They administer my medication on a precise schedule. They check my vitals. They speak to me in condescending, overly cheerful tones that make me want to throw things. Beverly is different. She is my first visitor in the morning and my last at night. She doesn't coddle me. She doesn't treat me like a patient. She treats me like me. She brings me a proper ceramic mug of the dark, bitter coffee I prefer, not the lukewarm dishwater the nurses provide. She reads the financial news to me, her voice a calm, steady presence that cuts through the fog of my concussion. And she has, to my utter astonishment, taken charge. He's not eating, I overhear Nurse Ingrid telling her in the hallway one afternoon. He's refused the last 3 meals from the chef. It's true. The food, while technically perfect, poached salmon, steamed asparagus, quinoa, is bland, joyless, and tastes like a punishment for my own weakness. I expect Beverly to come in and try to coax me, to reason with me. Instead, she disappears for an hour. The scent that wafts from the kitchen is not the sterile, clean scent of my chef's creations. It's something else, something rich and savory and deeply, unexpectedly comforting. She enters the room carrying a tray herself. On it is a simple bowl of something that looks like soup, thick with chicken and vegetables and fat handmade dumplings. The steam rising from it smells of time and home and a life I have never known. "What is this?" I ask, my voice becoming a low growl. "It's my grandmother's recipe for when you're sick," she says, setting the tray on the rolling table beside my bed. "She says it can cure anything from a common cold to a broken heart." She pauses, her gaze direct. "I figured it was worth a shot for a broken leg and a bruised ego." Her audacity is breathtaking. She's dismissed my 5-star chef and brought me peasant food. And damn me to hell. It smells like heaven. "I'm not hungry," I lie, my stomach betraying me with a low, audible growl. She doesn't call me on it. She simply pulls up a chair, picks up the spoon, and holds it out. "Just one bite," she says, her voice gentle but firm, the same tone she uses on her stubborn orchids. "For my grandmother's sake. She'll come if she knows you're not well." I look at her, at the stubborn set of her jaw, at the unwavering conviction in her dark eyes. It would be easier to negotiate a hostile takeover. I open my mouth. The soup is a revelation. It's hot, rich, and full of a flavor so deep and comforting it feels like a physical warmth spreading through my chest. It tastes of care, of effort. I eat the entire bowl without a word, and when I'm done, a small, essential piece of the cold, hard knot of my anger has dissolved. Her quiet competence is a constant source of both fury and fascination. I discover she's been taking an online home care course in the evenings. She learns how to check my blood pressure, how to help me with the simple physical therapy exercises designed to prevent my muscles from atrophying. One afternoon, Nurse Claire is attempting to change the dressing on my shoulder, where a shard of glass from the windshield sliced me open. Her movements are rough, her touch impersonal, and a sharp spike of pain makes me hiss. "I can handle this," Beverly says, her voice appearing from the doorway. She walks in, carrying a small bowl of warm water and clean cloths. Claire looks offended. "I'm a trained professional, Mrs. Whitaker." "He looks uncomfortable." "And I'm his wife," Beverly replies, her voice quiet but laced with an authority that makes the nurse take a step back. "Thank you, Claire. You can take your break now." The nurse, looking both relieved and insulted, scurries out of the room. Beverly approaches the bed, her expression calm and focused. The scent of her, that warm vanilla and sandalwood, fills the small space. "All right, Mr. Whitaker," she says, her tone all business, but her eyes are soft with a concern that makes my chest tighten. "Let's see to this." To get to the dressing, she has to help me sit up, then lean me forward. The physical intimacy of the act is unavoidable, and it is excruciating. I have to brace my hand on her shoulder, my fingers digging into the soft fabric of her sweater. Her other arm is a strong, steady presence around my waist, holding my weight. She's so much smaller than me, yet she feels incredibly strong. I feel the heat of her body, the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. Her fingers are incredibly gentle as she peels back the old bandage. Her touch is not clinical, it's personal. It's a caress. She cleans the wound with a quiet, focused efficiency, her brow furrowed in concentration. I find myself watching the way a stray curl has escaped her hair, brushing against her cheek. I have a sudden, insane urge to reach out and tuck it behind her ear. "You're very good at this," I say. "I'm a quick study," she says, not looking up from her work. "And you're a terrible patient. It's a powerful combination. The professional lines of our contract, the carefully constructed boundaries we had established, are not just blurred. They are being systematically erased by these moments of forced, undeniable intimacy. She is not my employee. She is not my business partner. She is the woman who is holding my broken body together, and the realization is a terrifying, exhilarating thing. That evening, the pain is a living entity, a fire licking at the edges of my control. The medication isn't working, and I am lashing out. My frustration and agony manifesting as a cold, biting anger directed at anyone who comes near me. I snap at Nurse Ingrid, dismissing her with a curt, vicious command. I expect Beverly to leave me alone, to retreat from the ugly, wounded animal I have become. Instead, she pulls a chair up to my bedside, a book in her hand. She doesn't say anything. She just sits. "What do you want?" I growl, hating the weakness in my own voice. "I want you to be quiet for a minute," she says, her voice calm and even. She opens the book. It's a collection of poetry. My grandmother used to read to me when I couldn't sleep. And then she begins to read. Her voice is a low, soothing melody in the quiet room. The words of the poems, a balm on the raw, open wound of my pain. She doesn't offer platitudes. She doesn't tell me to be strong. She simply shares the quiet space with me, her presence a steady, unwavering anchor in my storm of agony. I close my eyes, and the rage inside me begins to recede, replaced by something else. Something quiet, something warm, something that feels dangerously, terrifyingly like peace. For someone like me, peace has been elusive, and I'm beginning to realize it's beautiful.
Chapter 14. Beverly. Sleep is a distant, unattainable country. I'm lying in my own bed, in my own wing, the vast empty space a cold mockery of the fact that I am a married woman. The silence is absolute, but my mind is a raging storm. I can't stop seeing him. The raw, unguarded pain in his eyes before my voice had soothed him to sleep an hour ago. The vulnerability of this powerful, unbreakable man laid low. I turn over, punching my pillow for the 100th time. It's useless. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in his room. The scent of antiseptic and his skin filling my senses. The low murmur of my own voice a strange counterpoint to the frantic, unspoken beating of my heart. A noise from the other side of the penthouse cuts through the silence. A low, guttural sound of pain, followed by the sharp, distinct crash of glass shattering against a hard floor. I'm out of bed before the sound has even finished echoing, my heart a frantic, panicked bird against my ribs. I don't bother with a robe, my silk pajamas, a whisper of fabric against my skin as I run barefoot down the long, cold hallway that separates our wings. The night nurse, Ingrid, went home an hour ago, her shift over, replaced by a younger nurse who isn't due to start her rounds for another 20 minutes. He's alone. His bedroom door is slightly ajar. I push it open, my breath catching in my throat. The only light is the cold, blue glow of the city filtering through the massive windows, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. Nelson is half sitting up in the hospital bed, his body a tense, rigid silhouette. His face is pale, his jaw clenched so tightly I can see the muscles jumping. A sheen of sweat glistens on his forehead. On the floor beside the bed lies the shattered remains of a water glass. "Nelson," I whisper, my voice trembling. "Get out." He growls, the words a low, ragged sound torn from his throat. He's staring straight ahead at the glittering, indifferent city, refusing to look at me. "I don't want you here." He's in pain. The kind of deep, elemental pain that strips away all artifice, all control. The medication has worn off, and the beast is loose. My first instinct, the old Beverly's instinct, is to retreat, to obey, to give him the space he's demanding. But the woman who married him, the woman who has spent weeks watching him, learning him, is not that woman anymore. I ignore his command and walk further into the room, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. I kneel down, carefully picking up the larger shards of glass, my movements slow and deliberate. I said, "Get out, Beverly." He snarls, his voice laced with a fury that is born of pure, undiluted agony and humiliation. He hates this. He hates being weak, and more than anything, he hates me being the one to witness it. And I said no. I reply, my voice quiet but firm. I stand, placing the broken glass on a tray. I pour him a fresh glass of water from the carafe, my hand steady. You're in pain. It's not time for your next dose for another hour. Let me help you. I don't need your help, he bites out, finally turning his head to glare at me, his blue eyes stormy with a pain so profound it that makes my own body ache in sympathy. Liar, I say softly. I sit in the chair beside his bed, the same one I occupied just hours ago. The book of poetry is still on the side table, but poetry won't work now. The pain is too sharp, too immediate. He needs a different kind of anchor. He turns his head away again, a muscle twitching in his jaw. He is a wounded lion, trying to hide his injuries, trying to scare me away with a roar that is more pain than threat. I don't try to touch him. I just start to talk. My grandmother says that my grandfather was the most stubborn man God ever created. I begin, my voice a low, soothing murmur in the tense, quiet room. She said he once tried to build a stone wall in their backyard by himself, even though he had no idea what he was doing. He refused to ask for help. He spent a whole weekend hauling these massive rocks, his hands all bloody and raw. I can feel him listening, his rigid posture relaxing by a fraction of an inch. On the third day, I continue, a small smile touching my lips at the memory. The whole damn wall collapsed, and he just stood there, covered in dirt and sweat, and he started to laugh, not a happy laugh. A furious, frustrated, I am at war with the universe kind of laugh. My grandma came out with 2 beers, sat him down on the back step and said, "See, Esther Jones is not just a pretty face. She is also good for heavy lifting." And from then on, they built the wall together. The silence that follows is different. The sharp edges of his pain have been softened, just slightly by the story. The tension in the room begins to shift, the air growing thick with something else, something heavy and hot, and deeply, undeniably familiar. "He sounds like a fool," Nelson says, his voice raspy. "He was," I say softly, "a proud, stubborn, wonderful fool. He thought asking for help was a weakness. My grandmother taught him that sharing a burden is a strength." He finally turns his head, his gaze finding mine in the dim blue light. The fury in his eyes is gone, replaced by a raw, unguarded vulnerability that strips the air from out my lungs. The pain is still there, a dark shadow in the depths of his gaze, but it is mingled with something else, a desperate, aching need that has the man lying broken in this bed. He reaches out, his hand closing over mine on the armrest of the chair. His grip is surprisingly strong, his skin hot against my own. The contact is an explosion, a lit match on a trail of gasoline that has been winding between us for weeks. "Beverly," he says, and my name is a prayer, a plea, a surrender. The carefully constructed walls of our arrangement, the rules, the boundaries, the pretense, it all turns to dust in the face of the raw, desperate need in his eyes. He tugs on my hand, a silent, urgent command. "Come here." My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. My mind is screaming at me to run, to retreat to the safety of my own wing, to the cold, hard lines of our contract. But my body, my traitorous, aching body, has other ideas. I stand, my legs unsteady, and let him pull me closer to the bed. "I can't," he says as he emits a guttural groan, his eyes closing for a moment as a fresh wave of pain washes over him. "With my leg, my ribs, you have to." He doesn't have to finish the sentence. I understand. The man who is always in control is being forced to surrender it, and he is handing it to me. The realization is a heady, terrifying rush of power. I place my hands on the edge of the bed, my fingers sinking into the firm mattress. I lean in, my hair falling forward, brushing against his unshaven cheek. He smells of sweat and pain, and a clean masculine scent that is purely, intoxicatingly Nelson. "Okay," I whisper, the word a promise. I climb onto the bed, my movements slow and deliberate, a strange, surreal grace descending upon me. I straddle his good hip, my knees finding purchase on either side of his powerful thigh, taking care to avoid his casted leg and the tender, bruised landscape of his torso. The power dynamic is completely, irrevocably flipped. I am on top. I am in control. His hands come up to grip my hips, his touch a brand, a searing heat that radiates through the thin silk of my pajamas. His eyes are blazing, full of a raw, desperate hunger that mirrors my own. This is not a seduction. It is a combustion. My pajama top is ripped open, the sound of popping buttons loud in the silent room. His hands are on my bare skin, rough and possessive, learning the shape of me, the curve of my waist, the swell of my chest. My own hands are in his hair, thick and silver and soft, my fingers gripping him as I lower my mouth to his. The kiss is a collision. It's a raw, desperate, and deeply carnal act. It's the taste of his pain and my longing, of his surrender and my power. It's a breaking of every rule we ever made. We lie there. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Tangled together in the ruins of our carefully constructed boundaries, the air thick with the scent of sex and surrender. The pain in his eyes is gone, replaced by a dazed, sated exhaustion. The contract is in ashes. The rules are a distant memory. And in the quiet blue-lit darkness of the room, I am terrifyingly, irrevocably his.
Chapter 15. Nelson. I wake to the cold gray light of dawn filtering through the windows. For a moment, my mind is a blank slate, my body a dull, aching landscape of pain. Then memory comes crashing back in a brutal, visceral wave. Her scent is the first thing I register. It's all over my sheets, my pillows, my skin. A warm, intoxicating mix of vanilla, sandalwood, and the musky female scent of her release. It's the ghost of her presence in a bed that is now starkly, completely empty. I am alone. A cold, hard knot of something I refuse to name tightens in my gut. I push myself up, my ribs screaming in protest, my leg a dead, heavy weight. The room is exactly as it was, but everything has changed. The air is different, charged with the memory of her cries, of my own guttural groans, of the savage, desperate way we came together. It was a mistake. The thought is a shield, a necessary piece of armor I pull around myself. It was a catastrophic lapse in control, a temporary insanity brought on by a perfect storm of pain, vulnerability, and the proximity of a beautiful, compassionate woman. It was a symptom of my confinement, a side effect of the medication. It meant nothing. It can never happen again. I repeat the words in my head, a mantra of self-preservation. This is a business arrangement, a contract with clear, established boundaries. Last night, we did not just cross those boundaries, we incinerated them, and now I have to rebuild them, stronger and colder than before. For my own sanity, for the successful execution of our agreement. The door to the bedroom opens and my carefully constructed resolve shatters into 1,000 pieces. Beverly walks in, followed by Nurse Ingrid. She is not the wild, passionate creature from last night. She's composed, professional, her hair pulled back in a neat bun. She's wearing a simple, practical sweater and jeans. She looks like a wife. My wife. The thought is a punch to the gut. Her eyes meet mine for just a second, and I see a flicker of something. Vulnerability, uncertainty, before a cool, professional mask slides into place. She doesn't blush. She doesn't look away. She looks at me as if last night was nothing more than a fever dream, and I am both profoundly relieved and strangely, bitterly disappointed. "Good morning, Mr. Whitaker," Nurse Ingrid says in her overly cheerful, condescending tone. "Time for your morning routine. Your wife is here to assist with your bath." My jaw clenches. A bath. The thought of their clinical, impersonal hands on me is bad enough. The thought of her hands on me, after last night, is a form of exquisite torture I've done nothing to deserve. "I can manage," I say, growling low. "Don't be ridiculous, Nelson," Beverly says, her voice cool and even, as if she's discussing a quarterly report. "You can't get the cast wet, and you can barely sit up on your own." "We'll be quick." She is using my first name, a subtle, calculated move that reinforces her role as my wife in front of the nurse, while simultaneously feeling like a hot brand on my skin. She is playing the game, and she is playing it far better than I am. The process is a masterclass in humiliation. They help me into a specialized shower chair, a contraption of plastic and steel that makes me feel like an invalid. Nurse Ingrid is all brisk, impersonal efficiency. But Beverly is something else entirely. Her touch is the problem. Every time her fingers brush against my skin, a jolt of unadulterated electricity sparks through me, a phantom echo of the night before. Her hands, so gentle and sure, are no longer just the hands of a caretaker. They are the hands that gripped my hair, that stroked my manhood, that held me in the throes of a pleasure so intense it almost broke me. Nurse Ingrid is washing my back, her movements rough and functional. But then Beverly takes the washcloth from her. "I can handle this part, Ingrid," she says quietly. "Could you please get his fresh pajamas ready?" The nurse, looking relieved to be dismissed, nods and leaves the large, steamy bathroom, leaving us alone. The sound of the running water is suddenly deafening in the charged silence. Beverly moves in front of me. She kneels, the position a stark, intimate reversal of the one she took on my bed last night. She lathers the cloth, her movements slow and deliberate. "Lift your arm," she says, her voice lowering to a soft murmur. I obey, my muscles tensing. She begins to wash my chest, her touch light, her fingers tracing the lines of my muscles. I watch a drop of soapy water trace a path down her arm, disappearing into the sleeve of her sweater. My entire body is a live wire, every nerve ending on high alert. I can smell the clean scent of the soap, mingled with her own unique, intoxicating scent. I'm hard. A thick, aching hardness that is both a betrayal and an inevitability. "You're quiet this morning," she says, her gaze fixed on her task, her long lashes shadowing her cheeks. "There's nothing to say," I reply, my voice a low, rough thing. Her hand still's on my chest, directly over my heart, which is currently slamming against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Isn't there?" she whispers, her eyes finally lifting to meet mine. The cool, professional mask is gone, replaced by the same raw, vulnerable uncertainty I saw when she first walked into the room. The air is permeated with unspoken words, with the ghost of her moans and my own guttural groans. The memory of her, slick and hot and tight around me, is a vivid, visceral thing. I want to pull her into the shower. I want to bury my face in her neck. I want to finish what we started. Instead, I retreat behind the only shield I have left. "Last night," I say, my voice cold, clipped, the voice of a CEO closing a deal, "was a mistake." I see the hurt flash in her eyes before she can hide it, a quick, sharp blow that I feel in my own chest. She pulls her hand away as if she's been burned. "A lapse in judgment," I continue, forcing the words out, each one a lie that tastes like ash in my mouth. "Brought on by pain and medication. It was a transgression of our agreement. It will not happen again." She stands, her back to me, and picks up a towel. "I agree," she says in a cool, perfect monotone. "It was a mistake." She helps me dry off, her movements now brisk and efficient, her touch once again that of a caretaker, not a lover. The heat, the intimacy, the raw, desperate connection from moments ago. It's all gone, locked away behind a wall of professional courtesy. We are back to the contract. We are back to the performance. They help me back into bed, and Beverly places my breakfast tray in front of me. It's not the bland, healthy fare from the chef. It's a perfect, fluffy omelet filled with sharp cheddar and chives, exactly the way I like it. She made it herself. The gesture is a quiet, devastating contradiction to the cold, hard lines we have just drawn in the sand. She turns to leave. "Beverly," I say, and she stops in the doorway, her back still to me. "Yes, Nelson? I don't know what I want to say. I'm sorry. I'm a fool. Don't go." The words are a chaotic logjam in my throat. "The omelet," I finally manage, the words feeling pathetic and small. "It's good." She is silent for a long moment. Then, without turning around, she says, "I'm glad." Then she is gone, leaving me alone in the sterile, quiet room with the taste of her food in my mouth and the scent of her on my skin. The rules have been reestablished. The boundaries have been rebuilt. But we both know it's a lie. The dynamic between us has fundamentally, permanently changed, and I am in far more trouble than a broken leg could ever cause me.
Chapter 16. Beverly. The past month has been a strange, surreal dance of domesticity and simmering, unspoken tension. Our days have found a new rhythm, dictated not by chess matches, but by the logistics of Nelson's recovery. There are physical therapy sessions, medication schedules, and the quiet, unavoidable intimacy of my role as his caretaker. The wall of professional distance we tried to rebuild after that one explosive night has been systematically dismantled by the sheer, relentless proximity of our new reality. We are closer than ever, yet we have never been further apart. The memory of that night, a ghost that haunts every silence, every accidental touch. Nelson, to no one's surprise, is the world's worst patient. His body may be broken, but his mind is a relentless engine, and being confined to the penthouse is a form of torture for him. He has started taking meetings from his bed, his voice a low, commanding rumble on conference calls, a laptop propped up on a rolling table. He is a king ruling from exile, and his frustration is a palpable, thrumming energy in the air. Tonight, that frustration has reached its peak. He has insisted on hosting a critical dinner meeting at the penthouse. A deal, he explained, with a group of Japanese investors that could not be postponed. To cancel would be to show weakness, and Nelson Whitaker does not show weakness. So, our home has been transformed into a corporate battlefield. The long glass dining table is set with formal china and an army of wine glasses. I am dressed in a simple but elegant black dress, playing the part of the gracious, supportive hostess. And at the head of the table, in a custom-built wheelchair with an attachment to elevate his casted leg, sits my husband. He looks magnificent and terrifying. He's wearing an impeccably tailored suit jacket over a crisp white shirt, but the illusion of power is betrayed by the stark white cast peeking out from beneath the table and the faint lines of pain etched around his eyes that only I can see. He is a wounded lion, forced to entertain jackals in his own den, and his mood is dangerously volatile. Our guests are Marcus Thorne, the same condescending jerk from the gala, and his wife, Deirdre, along with two of the Japanese investors, Mr. Tanaka and Mr. Ito. The Thornes are here because Marcus's company is a minority partner in the deal, a fact that clearly grates on Nelson. The dinner is a tense, delicate dance. I focus on my role, smiling, ensuring glasses are filled, a silent, graceful presence. After the initial pleasantries, the conversation turns sharply to business. "Nelson-san," Mr. Tanaka begins, his voice polite but firm. "Our board is pleased with the progress on the primary tower, but we have concerns about the timeline for the third quadrant's commercial sector. The projections seem ambitious. The projections are aggressive, Tanaka-san, not ambitious. Nelson corrects him, his voice a low, even baritone that commands immediate attention. The foundation work is 3 weeks ahead of schedule. My people are efficient. Of course, Marcus Thorne cuts in, a practiced, oily smile on his face. But the retail leasing agreements are contingent on that timeline. I have a potential anchor tenant, a luxury brand from Paris, who is very interested, but they won't commit until we can give them a firm possession date for the flagship space. Your tenant will have their date when I am prepared to give it to them, Nelson says, his voice flat, taking a slow sip of water. Thorne, clearly not getting the hint, presses on. It's just that the acquisition of the adjacent Elm Street parcel changes things, doesn't it? It opens up a whole new possibility for a contiguous luxury retail experience. My people in Paris are very excited about the potential of that specific lot. The air grows cold. He's talking about my land, my grandfather's land, the price of my revenge. I feel a knot of ice form in my stomach. It is now a topic of corporate negotiation, a chess piece on a board much larger than I ever imagined. Nelson sets his glass down with a quiet, deliberate click. He removes his reading glasses and begins polishing them with a silk handkerchief, a ritual I know is a prelude to a kill. Marcus, he says, his voice deceptively calm. The Elm Street parcel is a long-term, wholly separate project under my sole discretion. Its development, its potential tenants, and its timeline are not subjects for this discussion, nor are they open for outside input. It is not part of this deal. Am I clear? The dismissal is so absolute, so utterly devastating in its quiet authority, that Marcus Thorne actually pales. Of course, Nelson. Perfectly clear. I was just thinking of the synergy. Then stop, Nelson says, placing his glasses back on. He turns his full, undivided attention to Mr. Ito. Now, regarding the material sourcing for the atrium, the conversation moves on, but the tension remains, a thick, suffocating blanket over the table. Thorne is silent, thoroughly neutered. It is into this charged, volatile silence that his wife chooses to strike. Deirdre Thorne, who has been watching me all night with a small, knowing smirk, turns to me, her smile as sharp and thin as a shard of glass. "You are just an absolute miracle worker, Beverly," she says, voice a high, syrupy drawl that sets my teeth on edge. The entire table falls silent again. "I'm not sure what you mean," I say, my own smile feeling tight and brittle on my face. "Oh, please don't be so modest," she coos, waving a dismissive hand glittering with diamonds. To nurse a man as formidable as Nelson back to health and lock down a Whitaker wedding ring in just a few short months, you must be absolutely exhausted. You simply must tell all of us your secret. The insult hangs in the air, glittering and venomous. She hasn't just called me a gold digger. She's called me an opportunist who preyed on a man in his moment of weakness. In my own home. In front of my husband and his business partners. The blood drains from my face, a cold, sick feeling washing over me. I can feel the heat of a furious blush creeping up my neck. I open my mouth, 1,000 sharp, cutting retorts fighting their way to my lips. But before I can speak, a small, sharp sound cuts through the silence. Nelson has set his fork down on his plate. The quiet clink of metal against china is as loud and final as a gunshot. He doesn't look at Deirdre. He doesn't look at anyone. He calmly picks up his napkin, dabs his lips, and then slowly, deliberately turns his head. His gaze, when it lands on Deirdre Thorne, is so cold, so utterly devoid of emotion that she physically recoils. "My wife's secret, Deirdre," he says, voice a low, conversational murmur that is somehow more terrifying than a shout, is that she is a woman of substance and integrity, a concept with which I'm sure you are only vaguely familiar. Deirdre's painted smile falters. Marcus Thorne shifts uncomfortably in his seat. She is not a miracle worker. Nelson continues, his voice dropping even lower, becoming a blade of pure polished ice. She is a partner. She has sat by my side, managed my household, and endured the tedious company of lesser people, all while continuing her own career with a grace and intelligence that you could not possibly comprehend. He pauses, letting the words sink in, letting the humiliation settle over her like a shroud. Then he turns his icy gaze on her husband. "Marcus," he says, his voice deceptively calm. "I was under the impression that this was a dinner between professionals. I was not aware I had invited your wife to provide tasteless, cabaret-style entertainment. I trust you will handle it." Marcus Thorne turns a shade of mottled red I've never seen on a human before. He looks from me to his wife, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. The two Japanese investors, Mr. Tanaka and Mr. Ito, are staring down at their plates, their faces perfect, unreadable masks, but I can see the flicker of something, respect perhaps, in their eyes. "Now," Nelson says, turning his attention back to Mr. Tanaka, as if the Thorns have ceased to exist. "Regarding the zoning variances for the third quadrant." The business conversation resumes, but the atmosphere in the room has been irrevocably altered. The Thorns are silent for the rest of the meal, their humiliation a palpable, suffocating presence. They leave as soon as the dessert plates are cleared, their departure a hasty, ignominious retreat. After I see the Japanese investors out, I return to the dining room. Nelson is still at the table, his wheelchair positioned in its place of power. He is staring out at the glittering city lights, his profile a hard, unforgiving line in the dim light. The room is silent, the remnants of the disastrous dinner party a ghost between us. I walk over to him, my heels clicking softly on the marble floor. I stand behind his wheelchair, my hands hovering over his broad shoulders, unsure of what to do, what to say. Thank you feels too small, too inadequate for the way he just defended me, the way he just declared me his partner to the world. "He's a fool," Nelson says, his voice a low, tired rumble. "To bring a woman like that into a business negotiation. It's a liability. She was just repeating the rumors your daughter has been spreading," I say softly. "It doesn't matter," he says, turning his head to look up at me. The icy fury is gone from his eyes, replaced by a weary, unguarded intensity. "An insult to you is an insult to me. An insult to this house. It will not be tolerated." He reaches up, his hand closing over mine where it rests on his shoulder. His grip is warm, his fingers strong. "We are a united front, Beverly," he says, voice a low, rough murmur, "in public and in private. That is part of our arrangement, but it doesn't feel like an arrangement. It doesn't feel like a performance." As his thumb strokes the back of my hand, sending a shiver of pure, unadulterated heat through my entire body, it feels like a vow. It feels like the truest thing in the world. And the look in his eyes tells me, with a terrifying, exhilarating certainty, that he feels it too. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla, this story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday. now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 17. Nelson. The silence that descends after the last of the staff has cleared the dinner service is a living entity. It's thick with the ghosts of the evening, the tension, the insult, the raw, brutal display of power. Beverly stands behind my wheelchair, her hand still resting on my shoulder, a small point of heat that anchors me in the swirling chaos of my own thoughts. The adrenaline from the confrontation is still a low electric hum under my skin. "Thank you," she says, murmuring softly in the quiet room. "For what?" I ask, my gaze still fixed on the indifferent city lights. "Defending my wife." "That's not a courtesy, Beverly. It's a requirement." "No," she says, her fingers giving my shoulder a small, firm squeeze. "Thank you for calling me your partner." The word hangs in the air between us, heavy with a meaning that goes far beyond business. I look down at my own hand, still covering hers. Our skin tones are a stark, beautiful contrast, her deep, rich mahogany against my pale white. A united front. "It's what you are," I say, the admission costing me more than I care to admit. She moves around the chair to face me, kneeling so our eyes are level. The scent of her, vanilla, sandalwood, and the faint scent of her shampoo wraps around me, a welcome invasion. "We need to talk about the land, Nelson." "There's nothing to talk about," I state, my voice flat. "I handled Thorne." "That's not what I mean." Her gaze is direct, unflinching. "He was right. Its acquisition changes things. It's the key to the whole development, isn't it?" "It is," I concede. "Then why haven't you broken ground?" she asks, her voice full of a genuine curiosity that disarms me. "It's been months." "You're not a man who lets an asset sit idle. I know you. You're efficient. You're ruthless." She's right. My architects have drawn up a dozen plans. My legal team has secured the permits. There is nothing, logistically, stopping me from bulldozing that quarter-acre of sentiment and memory and turning it into a monument of glass and steel. Nothing except her. I gaze at her face, looking into her eyes, then it hits me. I haven't touched that land because it was hers, because her grandfather taught her to fly a kite there, because destroying it feels, on some fundamental, illogical level, like a violation, like breaking a piece of her. And that has become an unacceptable outcome. Beverly Jones has become more important than the bottom line. The plans are still under review, I lie, the words feeling clumsy and foreign in my mouth. She just looks at me, a slow, knowing sadness in her eyes. She knows I'm lying. She sees right through me. I respect you more than anyone I have ever known, Beverly, I say. The words a raw, unplanned confession torn from some deep, hidden place inside me. More than any business partner, any colleague, anyone. In fact, I think it's more than that, but I don't know as to what extent. The admission hangs in the air, charged and real and terrifying. The carefully constructed wall between us doesn't just crumble, it evaporates. The simmering heat that has been a constant undercurrent between us for months ignites, becoming a raging, undeniable fire. Come here, I say, my voice rough, commanding. She doesn't hesitate. She rises, her movements a fluid, liquid grace. She takes my hand, and I use her strength to push myself up out of the wheelchair, grabbing the cane that rests against the table. I'm still unsteady, my leg a dull, aching weight. But I need to be on my feet for this. I need to meet her as a man, not an invalid. I lead her from the dining room, our progress slow, my reliance on the cane a humbling reminder of my own weakness. But with her hand in mine, I do not feel weak. I feel anchored. We don't go to my bedroom. We go to hers. The space is softer than mine, filled with her books, her plants, the scent of her. It is her territory. And tonight, I am the one seeking sanctuary. I sit on the edge of her bed, the mattress soft, yielding. She stands before me, a goddess in a simple black dress. The city lights a glittering halo behind her.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
The silence that descends is not awkward. It is not tense. It is a deep, profound peace. She lifts her head after a long time, her dark eyes soft and luminous in the dim light. Nelson? Yes, Beverly. That, she says, a small, exhausted smile touching her lips, was not in the contract. No, I say, my hand coming up to cup her cheek, my thumb stroking her soft skin. It wasn't. I pull her down for a kiss, a slow and infinitely tender kiss that reveals the terrifying, exhilarating truth of what we have just become. We're going to need a new one.
Chapter 18. Beverly. The air at the Oak Haven Polo Club smells of old money, a heady mix of freshly cut grass, expensive leather, and the faint, clean scent of champagne. 3 weeks ago, a place like this would have sent me into a spiral of anxiety. I would have felt like an imposter, a fraud in a borrowed dress. But today, as I stand on the manicured lawn beside the pristine white tents, I feel calm. I feel like I belong. It's not the dress, a simple but elegant sundress the color of cream. It's not the name, Mrs. Whitaker, which still feels both foreign and strangely fitting on my tongue. It's the man standing beside me. Nelson is back, not just physically, though the transformation in the last 3 weeks has been remarkable. He's walking with the aid of a single elegant black cane, his limp barely perceptible, a testament to his sheer, stubborn will. But it's more than that. The cold, angry lion has been replaced by the man I've come to know in the quiet, late-night hours. He is relaxed, his hand a warm, steady presence on the small of my back, his thumb tracing lazy, possessive circles against the soft fabric of my dress. We have settled into a new kind of harmony, a quiet, domestic rhythm that really has nothing to do with our contract. We sleep in his bed every night. No one has said a word about it. It just became our reality after that night of fire and surrender. We wake up together, our bodies tangled in the gray linen sheets. We talk, we argue, we play chess, and we have not made love again, a fact that is a constant simmering source of tension between us, a promise of a storm yet to come. But the intimacy is there, woven into the fabric of our everyday lives. "You're 1,000 miles away," Nelson murmurs, his voice a low rumble near my ear. His breath is warm against my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. I turn to him, a genuine smile spreading across my lips. "Just thinking." "About what?" he asks, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners in a way that still makes my heart do a stupid little flip. "About how much I hate polo," I say, my voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. "It's just a bunch of rich people chasing a ball with very large sticks. On horses." The corner of his mouth gives that single sharp twitch that is his version of a belly laugh. An astute analysis, Mrs. Whitaker. He leans in, his movements so natural, so practiced, that I don't even think about the fact that we are in public. He gently thumbs away a smudge of lipstick from my mouth, his touch both infinitely tender and searingly hot. But the man we are meeting owns half the horses, so try to look impressed. "I'm always impressed by you," I say. The words a soft, unplanned confession. The look he gives me is so full of a raw, unguarded emotion that it steals the air out of my lungs. The world around us, the polite chatter, the clink of glasses, the thud of hooves on the field, it all fades away. There is only him. "Nelson-san," a voice calls out, and the spell is broken. Mr. Ito, one of the Japanese investors from that disastrous dinner, is approaching, a broad smile on his face. Nelson's hand tightens on my back for a fraction of a second before he turns, the charming, powerful businessman slipping back into place. "Ito-san, a pleasure to see you again." He gestures to me. "You remember my wife, Beverly?" "Of course," Mr. Ito says, giving me a respectful bow. "Whitaker-san, your wife is not only beautiful, but she has the spirit of a samurai." My wife was very impressed by the stories I told her of the last dinner. I feel a blush creep up my neck, but Nelson just smiles. A real, genuine smile of pure pride. "She is full of surprises," he says, his eyes finding mine over Mr. Ito's head. He guides me over to a table where the rest of the investors are gathered, his hand a constant, steady presence. He pulls out a chair for me, and as I sit, he leans down, his lips brushing my temple. "I'll be back," he murmurs, before moving to engage in the low, serious tones of a business negotiation. I watch him, a feeling of such profound, overwhelming love washing over me that it's almost painful. This is real. Whatever this is between us, this strange, beautiful, complicated thing, it's real. My revenge plot, the reason for this whole charade, feels like a distant, faded memory from another lifetime. I spend the next hour mingling, a skill I have acquired out of sheer necessity. I talk to other corporate wives. I discuss the weather. I pretend to understand the intricacies of a sport I find utterly baffling. I am playing the part of Beverly Whitaker, and for the first time, it feels less like a part and more like me. I excuse myself, needing a moment of quiet, and wander into a small secluded alcove off the main terrace, a quiet space with a stone bench surrounded by lush, fragrant rose bushes. I savor a deep breath, the sweet floral scent a welcome relief from the cloying perfume of the crowd. Bev. The voice is a ghost from a past I have tried to bury. I freeze, my back to the entrance of the alcove. I don't have to turn around. I know who it is. "What do you want, Robin?" I ask, my voice a flat, dead thing. "I just want to talk," he says, and I can hear the desperation in his voice. I turn slowly. He looks diminished. The easy, confident charm is gone, replaced by a haunted, hollow-eyed despair. He's lost weight, and his expensive suit hangs on him. "We have nothing to talk about," I say, my voice cold. "Please," he says, taking a step closer. "Just 5 minutes, that's all I ask." He looks around the empty alcove. She's not here. Sharon, she's not doing well. The pregnancy has been difficult. A flicker of something, pity maybe, stirs in my chest, and I hate myself for it. "That's not my problem, Robin." "I know," he says, his voice breaking. "I know. This is all my fault. I screwed up, Bev. I screwed up so badly. I was a fool, an idiot. I threw away the only good thing in my life for what? An ego boost? A thrill?" He takes another step, his eyes pleading. "He can't love you, Bev. Not like I did. What we had, that was real. This," he gestures vaguely towards the party. "This is a transaction, it's the land, right? I heard he bought it. You told me you will never sell it. He's a cold, ruthless businessman. He doesn't have a heart. I know you. You need a heart. You need love. You know nothing about me," I whisper dangerously. "And you know even less about him." "I know he's not the man for you," he insists, his voice rising. He closes the distance between us, his hands grabbing my upper arms. His grip is surprisingly strong, fueled by desperation. "I love you, Beverly. I have never stopped loving you. It was all a mistake. We can fix this. We can go back." "Let go of me," I say, my voice shaking with a mixture of disgust and rage. I try to pull away, but his grip tightens. "No," he says, his eyes wild. "Not until you listen to me. Not until you see that I'm the one you're supposed to be with." And then he does it. He lunges forward, his mouth crashing down on mine in a desperate, sloppy, and utterly repulsive kiss. It's not a kiss of passion. It's an act of possession, of desperation. I struggle against him, my hands coming up to push against his chest, a sound of pure, unadulterated revulsion caught in my throat. My head is turned, trying to evade his mouth, trying to scream. And over his shoulder, through the archway of the alcove, I see him. Nelson. He's standing there, his cane in one hand, a glass of champagne in the other, which I know is for me. He has a small, soft smile on his face, the one he only ever uses when he's looking at me. And I watch, in horrified slow motion, as that smile freezes, cracks, and then evaporates. His face, the warm, expressive, loving face I have come to know so intimately, goes utterly, completely blank. The light in his eyes dies, extinguished in an instant. The man I got to know disappears, and in his place stands the cold, ruthless, and terrifying stranger I met in an office months ago. A shuttered mask of pure, unadulterated betrayal slams down, locking him away from me. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't shout. He doesn't throw the glass. He simply looks at me, at the man whose mouth is still on mine, and his expression is one of such profound, quiet devastation that it shatters my heart into a million pieces. With a slow, deliberate control that is more terrifying than any rage, he turns and walks away. The sound of his cane tapping on the stone path is the sound of my world ending. Robin, oblivious, finally pulls back, his breathing ragged. See? He pants. The chemistry, it's still there. I don't even feel the slap. I'm not aware of my hand moving, but the sharp cracking sound and the red mark that blooms on his cheek are immensely satisfying. He stumbles back, his hand flying to his face, his expression one of shocked disbelief. But I don't see him anymore. I am staring at the empty archway where Nelson just stood. A wave of panic so cold, so absolute, so utterly terrifying washes over me that my knees buckle. It's not about the contract. It's not about the revenge. It's not about the deal. It's about him, the look on his face, the cold, dead emptiness in his eyes. The thought of him looking at me like that for the rest of my life is a pain so profound, it's like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs, leaving me hollowed out and gasping. In the cold, quiet, rose-scented air of the alcove, a single horrifying and irrevocable truth slams into me with the force of a physical blow. I have fallen completely, hopelessly, and irrevocably in love with my husband. And I have just destroyed him. "Nelson!" I scream, panic-stricken as I run after him, tethering in my heels.
Chapter 19. Nelson. The world narrows to the sound of my cane striking the stone path. Tap, tap, tap. A steady, unforgiving rhythm that matches the frantic, hammering beat of my own heart. Each strike is a punctuation mark on a single, repeating thought. Fool, fool, fool. I do not look back. I will not give her the satisfaction. The image is burned onto the inside of my eyelids. Beverly, my contract wife that has become my real wife in every sense of the word, in the arms of that worthless, spineless boy, his mouth on hers. It's a scene of such perfect, cliched betrayal that it's almost laughable. But I am not laughing. I am suffocating. I see my driver, Samuel, standing by the Audi, his expression one of polite readiness. I walk straight to him, my movement stiff, my leg a dull, forgotten ache. We're leaving. My voice sounds like a clipped thing I barely recognize. Sir? But Mrs. Whitaker. We are leaving. Now, I repeat, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. I open the back door myself and get in, not waiting for his assistance. A moment later, Beverly appears, her face pale, her eyes wide with a panic that would have torn my heart out an hour ago. Now, it does nothing. I feel nothing. A vast, cold, empty void has opened up inside me, a black hole where feelings used to be. She slides into the car on the opposite side, the scent of her, vanilla, sandalwood, and the roses from that goddamn alcove, filling the space, a suffocating reminder of my own stupidity. She opens her mouth to speak, her name a desperate whisper on her lips. Don't, I say, my voice flat, my gaze fixed on the back of the driver's headrest. Do not say a single word to me. The silence in the car on the drive back to the penthouse is a weapon. It is thick and heavy and suffocating. It is the sound of something breaking. I stare out at the window, the manicured lawns of the polo club, giving way to the sterile, concrete arteries of the city. I'm replaying the last month in my mind, every shared glance, every late-night conversation, every touch, and I'm recasting it all through the lens of this new, brutal reality. It was all a performance, a masterful, brilliant, and utterly devastating performance. And I, Nelson Whitaker, a man who has built an empire on his ability to read people, to see the angles, to anticipate the betrayal, fell for it completely. I didn't just fall. I swan-dived headfirst into the abyss of my own foolishness. The pride I felt when she eviscerated Marcus Thorne, the warmth in my chest when she brought me that soup, the raw, desperate need that drove me to take her in her bed. It was all part of the game. A long, complicated con, and I was the mark. We arrive at the penthouse. I get out of the car before it has even come to a complete stop, my cane finding the pavement with a sharp crack. I don't wait for her. I walk through the lobby, my face a stony mask, and ride the private elevator up alone. The penthouse, which had started to feel like a home, a sanctuary, is now a monument to my own idiocy. The chessboard is still on the coffee table from last night. The pieces frozen in a game we never finished. The air still smells faintly of the coffee we shared this morning. Every detail is a fresh twist of the knife. The elevator chimes again, and she enters, her face a mess of tear-streaked mascara and desperate pleading. "Nelson, please," she begins, her voice a raw, broken thing. "You have to let me explain. It wasn't what it looked like." "Wasn't it?" I ask, my voice devoid of all emotion. I turn to face her, and I let her see the full, arctic emptiness in my eyes. It looked like my wife was kissing her ex-fiancé in a rose garden. Did I misinterpret the scene? My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Perhaps you can clarify the nuances for me. "He grabbed me," she says, her voice trembling. "He forced himself on me." I was pushing him away. "Nelson, you have to believe me." "Believe you?" A sound, a harsh, ugly thing that might be a laugh escapes my throat. Belief is a luxury I can no longer afford. It is an asset with diminishing returns. I walk to the bar, my movement stiff, and pour myself a scotch, my hand surprisingly steady. I'm a fool, Beverly. I've been many things in my life, but I've never been a fool. Until you. "That's not true," she sobs, taking a step towards me. "Stop." The word is a command, sharp and absolute. She freezes. Whatever this was between us, this deviation from the terms of our agreement, it's over. The experiment has failed. We are reverting to the original contract, effective immediately. "No," she whispers, shaking her head, a fresh wave of tears spilling down her cheeks. "Nelson, please don't do this." My heart aches as she cries, and I really want to embrace, but I stop myself. I can't, not anymore. "You will move your things back to your own wing tonight," I continue, my voice a flat, merciless monotone as I systematically dismantle the life we have built. "We will maintain a public front for the remainder of the contractual period. We will attend events. We will smile for the cameras. And in private, we will be what we have always been, two strangers bound by a business deal." I take a long burning swallow of the scotch. "And let me be perfectly clear," I say, setting the glass down with a sharp click. "I do not give a damn who you see, who you speak to, or who you kiss. But you will not conduct your sordid little affair with that boy under my roof, or while you are still legally my wife. You will, at the very least, show the contract that much respect. Our year is almost up. You can have him back in a few months." The cruelty of the words is a shield, a weapon to keep her away, to keep the raw, gaping wound of my own heart from her sight. "There is no affair," she cries, her voice rising with a desperate, hysterical edge. "There is only you. I love you." The words, the 3 words I had started to foolishly, desperately believe, are now the final, brutal twist of the knife. I love her too. So much so that her betrayal carves whatever flesh I have in me, not only my heart, but my whole being. "Do not," I say, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper, "insult my intelligence on top of everything else. The performance is over, Beverly. You can drop the act." I turn my back on her, a final, absolute dismissal. I walk away, the sound of my cane a slow, steady march of retreat. I can hear her sobbing behind me, a raw, broken sound that I have to physically fight the urge to turn back to. I retreat to my wing, the fortress, and lock the doors behind me. I am alone in the silence, surrounded by the cold, hard lines of my life. I stand in front of the window, staring out at the city I own, and I am consumed by a rage so profound that it makes my body tremble. I'm not angry at her or at him. I am angry at myself. I think of the land, her grandfather's land. I had a meeting scheduled for tomorrow to scrap the luxury retail plans, to commission a design for a public park, a quiet green space with an old oak tree at its center, a permanent multi-million-dollar monument to the woman I thought she was. I was going to sacrifice a cornerstone of my legacy, a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars for a goddamn memory, for a feeling, for her. How could I have been so stupid? A roar of pure, undiluted, self-loathing tears its way out of my throat. My hand sweeps across my desk, sending a lamp, a stack of papers, a priceless antique inkwell crashing to the floor in a symphony of destruction. The sound is a temporary relief, a physical manifestation of the storm raging inside me. But it's not enough. It will never be enough. I am Nelson Whitaker. I am a king. And I have allowed myself to be dethroned by a pair of sad, beautiful eyes and a well-played lie. The contract will be honored. The year will end. And I will spend the rest of my life making sure I never, ever make the same mistake again.
Chapter 20. Beverly. For 3 days, the penthouse has been a tomb, a cold, silent monument to what we've lost. The silence is a different entity now. It's not the awkward, getting-to-know-you silence from the beginning, nor the comfortable, companionable silence of the weeks before the polo club. This is a dead silence, thick with unspoken accusations and the ghosts of shared laughter. It is the sound of a heart breaking. I moved my things back to my wing the night we came home. I did it quietly, methodically, each book and photo album a heavy weight in my hands, a relic from a life that is no longer mine. We exist as two ghosts, haunting opposite ends of this glass and steel palace. We don't have breakfast together. We don't have dinner together. The chessboard on the coffee table sits untouched, a battlefield abandoned mid-war. I see him sometimes, a fleeting glimpse of him walking down the hallway, his limp more pronounced, his face a hard, unforgiving mask of stone. He looks right through me, his eyes as cold and empty as a winter sky. The warmth, the humor, the man who peeled oranges for my grandmother and kissed me like I was the only woman in the world. He is gone. In his place is the stranger I made a deal with, and the loss is a physical, aching void in my chest. I have been fighting a war on two fronts, one against the crushing, suffocating despair that threatens to drown me, and one against the insidious whispering voice in my head that tells me to give up, to pack my bags, walk away, and let the contract and my heart dissolve into nothing. I'm in the greenhouse, my sanctuary, listlessly wiping dust from the leaves of an orchid, when the ping of the private elevator echoes through the penthouse. I freeze. We aren't expecting anyone. Nelson hasn't had any visitors since the incident. I hear voices from the foyer, one of them sharp, triumphant, and sickeningly familiar. Sharon. My blood runs cold. What is she doing here? I stay hidden among the leaves, my heart hammering against my ribs, a reluctant spy in my own home. Daddy. Sharon's voice is a high, cloying thing. I have a surprise for you. I hear the sound of Nelson's cane tapping on the marble floor as he emerges from his wing. Sharon, his voice is a low, tired rumble, devoid of all warmth. What is this? You are not welcome here. Oh, don't be such a grump, she says. I brought someone who's been dying to see you. I risk a peek around the edge of a large fiddle-leaf fig. Sharon is standing in the foyer, a smug, victorious smirk on her face. And beside her stands an older woman, a woman so elegant and put together, she seems to have stepped out of the pages of a magazine. She has Sharon's blonde hair, but hers is a sophisticated silvery blonde, cut into a chic bob. She has the same bone structure, but where Sharon's features are sharp with entitlement, this woman's are softened by a quiet, weary intelligence. It's his ex-wife. Nelson stops dead, the tapping of his cane ceasing. His face, which has been a mask of cold indifference for 3 days, flickers with something else: surprise and a deep, profound weariness. Catherine, he says, and her name is just a statement of fact. There is no lingering affection, no spark of old romance. Nelson, she replies, her voice a low, smooth alto. You look distinguished. The cane adds a certain gravitas. And you look exactly the same, he says. The words a polite, meaningless formality. They stand there, two strangers who share a child and a past, the space between them filled with a history I can only guess at. It's not the passionate, dramatic reunion Sharon was clearly hoping for. It's awkward. It's the polite, stilted conversation of two people who have nothing left to say to each other. Sharon's triumphant smirk begins to falter, replaced by a flicker of confused jealousy. It's then that Catherine's eyes, a cool, intelligent gray, find me peeking from behind the plant. She doesn't look surprised. She offers me a small, almost imperceptible smile. I have been seen. There is no more hiding. I take a deep breath, smooth down my eyebrow, and step out of the greenhouse. Ah, Catherine says, her smile widening slightly. And this must be Beverly. I walk towards them, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. It's a pleasure to meet you, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. The pleasure is all mine, my dear, she says, her eyes taking me in with a frank, appraising gaze that is not unkind. I've heard a great deal about you. Nelson's phone buzzes in his pocket, a welcome, if transparent, excuse. He pulls it out, his expression turning to one of grim necessity. I have to take this, he says, already turning away. It's the Tokyo board. He looks at Catherine. We'll talk later. He doesn't look at me at all. He just walks away, the tap, tap, tap of his cane a steady retreating heartbeat. Well, Sharon says, her voice dripping with venom as she watches him go. Isn't this cozy? The old wife and the new one. Sharon, that's enough, Catherine says, her voice suddenly sharp, the weary kindness gone, replaced by a steel that reminds me so much of her ex-husband. Go wait for me in the car. We are done here. But Mother. Now, Sharon, Catherine says, her voice leaving no room for argument. Sharon glares at me, a look of pure, unadulterated hatred, before she finally storms off, her angry footsteps echoing in the foyer. We are alone. I do apologize for my daughter, Catherine says, turning back to me, her expression softening again. She is a work in progress, and for the ambush, it was not my idea. It's all right, I say, wrapping my arms around myself. No, she says, her gaze direct. It's not. There is clearly, as you young people say, trouble in paradise. I agreed to come, not because of Sharon or any lingering feelings. It's because she has been causing trouble. I was recently made aware, she gestures to the living area. May we? We sit on the two severe, uncomfortable armchairs, the untouched chessboard a silent testament to the war that has been waged in this room. I wanted to thank you, Beverly, she says, her voice quiet, sincere. I look at her, confused. For what? For him, she says, nodding in the direction Nelson disappeared. I haven't seen him look, well, I've never seen him look the way he did at that charity gala. I was there, but I couldn't approach you because I was tied up. There was a light in Nelson's eyes, a warmth. I didn't think he was capable of it. You gave that to him. A fresh wave of pain washes over me. I think I took it away too. She gives me a sad, knowing smile. I heard about what happened at the polo club. Sharon was gloating. She leans forward, her expression turning serious. Beverly, may I be frank with you? There are some things you need to understand about Nelson if you have any hope of getting that light back. I just nod, my throat too tight to speak. Nelson and I met in college, she begins. It was not a great love story. It was a merger. His parents were traditional, cold people who saw him not as a son but as an heir. Their marriage was a loveless, strategic alliance, full of affairs and resentments. They neglected him completely, emotionally speaking. He was raised by a rotating staff of nannies and tutors who were paid to keep him out of their way. He never learned what love was. He only learned about transactions. The words are a key, unlocking a door in my own understanding of him. His coldness, his control, his view of our initial arrangement. It all starts to make a horrifying kind of sense. He learned that loyalty is a commodity, she continues, her voice a low, sad murmur, and that betrayal is the ultimate sin. It's the one thing he cannot and will not tolerate, because it's the only real emotion his parents ever showed him. They were constantly betraying each other, and in doing so, they betrayed him. What you see as a cold, ruthless businessman is a boy who built a fortress of money and power around his heart so that no one could ever hurt him that way again. The image of a small, lonely boy in a vast, empty house is so vivid, so painful, it makes my heart ache. What happened with your ex-fiancé, she says, her gray eyes full of a profound empathy. He wouldn't have seen it as a mistake or a moment of weakness. He would have seen it as the ultimate betrayal, proof that he was right all along, that everything is a transaction, and that he was, once again, the fool who got played. But it wasn't like that, I whisper, the tears I've been holding back for 3 days finally starting to fall. I love him. I know you do, dear, she says, her voice impossibly kind. She reaches out, her hand cool and smooth on mine. And I think, in his own damaged, terrified way, he loves you too. Which is why you cannot give up on him. He will not make it easy. He will retreat behind his walls. He will try to push you away. You have to be the one to tear those walls down. You have to fight for him. She stands, her movements elegant and graceful. I will handle Sharon, she says, her voice once again laced with that Whitaker steel. She will not be bothering you again. I have failed as a mother for far too long. It's time I started to fix my own mistakes. She gives my hand a final reassuring squeeze. Don't let him go, Beverly. He's worth it. She walks away, leaving me alone in the silent, sun-drenched living room. Her words echo in the quiet space, a balm on my raw, wounded heart. The pain is still there, a deep, aching throb. But it is no longer the pain of despair. It is mingled with a new, fierce, and unshakable resolve. I am not the vanilla girl who was left. I am not the grieving woman who made a deal for revenge. I am the woman who brought a light into Nelson Whitaker's world. And I will be damned if I let a ghost from my past and his own broken history extinguish it. This is no longer about revenge. This is no longer about a contract. This is a battle, and it's a battle for love.
Chapter 21. Nelson. The silence in the penthouse after Catherine leaves is a different kind of void. It's no longer the dead, empty silence of the past 3 days. It's a humming, expectant silence, thick with the ghosts of her words and the undeniable, infuriating presence of the woman in the other room. I am in my office, staring at a spreadsheet of quarterly earnings, but the numbers are just a meaningless jumble of black pixels. My mind is not on profit margins. It is replaying the brief, brutally efficient conversation I had with my ex-wife before she left. "She loves you, you know," Catherine had said, her voice devoid of sentiment, a simple statement of fact. "And you, in your own emotionally stunted, terrified way, love her too. God's sake, Nelson, don't let your parents' ghosts win this one. Her words were a scalpel, slicing through decades of carefully constructed scar tissue to expose the raw, damaged boy I still am underneath it all. Fool, fool, fool. The word has been a relentless drumbeat in my head for 3 days, but now it has a new, more painful echo. I'm a fool not for believing her, but for pushing her away. The thought is a betrayal of the cold, hard anger I have been nursing, and I try to shove it down. She was kissing him. I saw it. The image is a brand on my mind. Betrayal is the one unforgivable sin. It is the foundation upon which my entire emotional fortress was built. I remove my glasses, the familiar ritual a desperate grasp for control. I breathe on the lenses, the fog a temporary shield from the world. As I polish them with a silk handkerchief, my mind races, trying to rebuild the walls, to reinforce the logic of my position. She broke the contract. The emotional component was a deviation, an error in judgment. It is over. The chime of the private elevator cuts through the silence, a shrill, unwelcome intrusion. I look at the security feed on my monitor. Sharon. My hand clenches around my glasses, my knuckles white. What the hell is she doing back here again? I hear her angry, insistent footsteps on the marble floor of the foyer. She's coming back. I stand, my hand reaching for my cane, a wave of pure, undiluted exhaustion washing over me. I do not have the energy for another confrontation. I walk out of my office just as she storms into the main living area. Her face is a blotchy, tear-streaked mask of fury. "I am not leaving," she announces, her voice a high, petulant shriek. "You can't just dismiss me. I am your daughter!" At the same moment, Beverly appears from the hallway of her wing. She stops, her expression hardening as she sees Sharon. We are a triangle of broken, dysfunctional people, standing in this cold, sterile room. "Sharon, your mother told you to wait in the car," I say, my voice rumbling low. "And I'm supposed to listen to her?" She scoffs, a bitter, ugly laugh escaping her lips. "The woman who abandoned me." "Who abandoned us? She's the reason you're like this. She's the reason you can't love anyone." She turns, her eyes wild and desperate, landing on Catherine, who has followed her back up, her expression one of grim, weary resignation. "You should be with her," Sharon shrieks, pointing a trembling finger at her mother. "Not this gold digger." She grabs Catherine's arm, physically trying to push her towards me. "Fix this! You're the only one who can fix him! Be a family again!" The scene is so pathetic, so utterly, profoundly desperate, that it's almost pitiable. Almost. "That is enough, Sharon." Catherine's voice is not loud, but it cuts through her daughter's hysterical rant like a blade of ice. She pulls her arm from Sharon's grasp, her movements sharp and decisive. "No, it's not enough," Sharon sobs. "I won't let this home wrecker destroy what's left of our family." "Our family?" Catherine's laugh is a short, sharp, and utterly mirthless sound. "Our family was a business arrangement, a loveless, miserable contract that we were both too cowardly to end for years. We did it for you, hoping you'll change your ways. We tried, Sharon. I did my best raising you. We were not perfect, but I reached out. Your dad did. This family was over a long time ago. There is nothing left to destroy." She looks at her daughter, her eyes, once full of a weary empathy, now as cold and hard as polished stone. "You want to know why I left, Sharon? You want to know why I could never be the wife he needed, the mother you wanted?" She takes a deep breath, and the air in the room seems to crackle with the weight of her next words. "Because for the last 15 years I've been in a quiet, loving, and deeply committed relationship with a woman named Eleanor," she says, her voice clear and steady, each word a perfectly aimed bullet. "She is a professor of art history. She is kind, and she is patient, and she is the great love of my life. I am a lesbian, Sharon, and the greatest regret of my life is that I raised a daughter so selfish, so utterly devoid of empathy, that I am forced to use my own truth as a weapon against her." The silence that follows is absolute. It is a silence so profound, it has a physical weight, pressing down on us, stealing the air from the room. Sharon just stands there, her mouth slightly agape, her face a blank mask of utter, uncomprehending shock. Her entire worldview, her entire narrative of the wronged daughter and the abandoned mother, has just been systematically, brutally, and publicly dismantled. It is into this shattered, volatile silence that Beverly moves. She walks past Sharon as if she isn't even there. She walks past Catherine. She comes to a stop in front of me. Her eyes, those beautiful, expressive, dark eyes, blazing with a fire I have not seen since the day she first walked into my office. "We need to talk," she says, commanding quietly in a way that cuts through the chaos. "I believe we've said everything that needs to be said," I reply, my own voice a cold, distant thing. I try to retreat behind my walls, but her gaze is a physical force holding me in place. "No," she says. "You've talked. I've listened. Now it's my turn." She reaches into the pocket of her dress and pulls out a folded piece of paper. Our contract, the one we both signed, the one that has been the foundation of this entire elaborate charade. She unfolds it, her movements sharp and deliberate. With a slow, satisfying rip, she tears it in half. The sound is a gunshot in the silent room. I just stare at her, at the two pieces of paper in her hands, my mind a blank wall of shock. "The deal is off," she says, her voice ringing with a power and a clarity that is nothing short of breathtaking. She tears the pieces again and then again, letting the small white squares flutter from her fingers to the cold marble floor. They look like confetti at a funeral. "The land is yours," she says, her gaze never leaving mine. "It was always yours. It was just a tool, a key to get me in the door. The revenge, the contract, the performance. It was all just noise. A distraction from the one thing that was real. The most important thing I found within this marriage." She takes a step closer, and the space between us is a humming, electric thing. I didn't know it then. I was broken and I was angry, and I wanted to make everyone else hurt as much as I did. But I'm not that person anymore. You changed me. Beverly. I start, but my voice is a rough, useless thing. "No," she says, her voice softening but losing none of its intensity. "Let me finish." She takes another step. So close now I can see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. I can smell the scent of her skin. "I don't want the land. I don't want your money. I don't want your name unless it comes with the one thing I do want." Her hand comes up, her palm resting flat against my chest, directly over my heart, which is hammering in my ribs like a wild thing trying to escape. Her touch is a brand, a searing heat that burns through the fabric of my shirt, through the walls of my fortress, straight to the terrified, lonely boy hiding inside. "I don't want revenge, Nelson," she says, her voice a raw, vulnerable whisper that is the most powerful thing I have ever heard. "I want your heart. And if you can't see that, if you can't see me, after everything we've been through, then you're a fool." She leaves her hand there for a moment longer, a final, silent plea. Then she turns and walks away, leaving me standing in the ruins of my own defenses, the pieces of our broken contract at my feet, her words a devastating, beautiful, and terrifying echo in the shattered room. "Nelson, don't let your parents destroy your one chance at happiness and true love. Trust me, it's worth everything." Catherine's voice breaks through my haze as Sharon storms outside. "Goodbye, and I hope to hear your good news." "I wish you found what I found," Catherine declares before following Sharon outside. Beverly's heartbroken face flashes in my head. "I broke her, my God, what did I do?"
Chapter 22. Beverly. I turn and walk away, and it is the hardest thing I've ever done. Every instinct, every cell in my body screams at me to stay, to plead, to fight. But I have fired my last shot. I have laid my heart, bare and bleeding, at his feet. There is nothing left to do but retreat and wait for the inevitable. Final blow. I don't go back to my wing to pack. I have nowhere to go. I am simply moving, putting one foot in front of the other, my bare feet cold against the unforgiving marble. The long, sterile hallway stretches out before me, a white, empty path to a future that is once again a terrifying, unknown blank. The silence in the penthouse is absolute, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic, hopeless beating of my own heart. He's a fool. The words echo in my mind, a cruel, ironic twist of my own making. I called the man I love a fool, and in doing so, I have likely sealed my own fate. Catherine's words, her plea to tear down his walls, feel like a distant, impossible dream. I didn't just knock on his walls, I took a sledgehammer to them. And now, I fear I have buried him, and us, in the rubble. I am halfway down the hall when I hear it. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of his cane striking the marble floor. It's not the slow, measured, retreating sound I've grown used to over the past 3 days. It's faster, urgent, desperate. My heart stops. I freeze, my back to him, my entire body a single raw nerve ending, waiting. Tap, tap, tap. He's getting closer. The sound is a frantic, beautiful, terrifying drumbeat, a message in a language only my soul understands. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. A hand, large and warm and infinitely familiar, closes around my upper arm. The touch is a jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity, a shock that brings my entire numb body back to life. He turns me, his movements surprisingly swift, his grip firm but not painful. And then I am facing him. The cold, shuttered mask is gone. The icy fury is gone. The man standing before me is not the king, not the tycoon, not the stranger. He is the man from the hospital, the man from the late-night chess games, the man whose heart I just accused of being blind. His face is a raw, unguarded landscape of pain and regret and a desperate, terrified hope that mirrors my own. His blue eyes, which have been so cold and empty, are now shining with an emotion so significant it makes my knees weak. Don't, he says, voice a low, rough, broken thing. Don't walk away from me. Not now. Nelson, I whisper, and my own voice is a fragile, trembling thing. You were right, he says, his grip on my arm tightening, as if he's afraid I'll dissolve into thin air. I am a fool. A goddamn world-class monumental fool. I have been a fool my entire life. I built an empire of glass and steel to protect a heart that I didn't even think was capable of feeling anything. And then you walked in, with your quiet strength and your sad, beautiful eyes, and you burned the whole damn fortress to the ground. He lets go of my arm, only to cut my face in his hands, his palms rough and warm against my tear-soaked cheeks. His gaze is a physical touch, intense and searching, as if he's trying to memorize every line of my face. I was so afraid, Beverly, he confesses, and the admission from this proud, powerful man is the most honest thing I have ever heard. When I saw you with him, it was like a confirmation of every fear I've ever had. That I was too old, too damaged, too cold. That I was just another transaction. That my parents' ghosts had already won. And I did what I always do. I retreated. I built the walls back up, colder and higher than before, because the thought of you seeing the real broken man behind them was a pain I couldn't bear. He takes a shuddering breath, his thumb stroking away the tears that are now streaming freely down my face. But the last 3 days, living in this house without your laughter, without your goddamn beautiful, stubborn arguments, it hasn't been a relief. It has been a living hell. It's a silence I can't survive. I don't want to survive it. Oh, Nelson, I sob, my hands coming up to cover his, pressing his palms tighter against my face. I love you, he says, and the words are not a line from a script. They are a vow, a prayer, a surrender. I am so completely, hopelessly, and irrevocably in love with you, Beverly Jones Whitaker, that it terrifies me. It terrifies me more than any hostile takeover, more than any market crash, because this is the only deal that has ever truly mattered. He pulls one hand away from my face, and my heart plummets. It's over. He's letting me go. But instead, he reaches into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. He pulls out a small dark velvet box, not the one from my birthday party. This one is different, older, more elegant. My breath catches in my throat, a choked, hopeful sound. He opens it. Inside, nestled on a bed of worn black velvet, is a ring. It's not a massive, garish diamond designed for a public statement. It's an antique, a stunning, intricate piece of Art Deco design. A flawless, deep blue sapphire, the color of his eyes, is surrounded by a delicate, glittering halo of smaller diamonds. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It arrived this morning, he says, voice a low, rough murmur. I commissioned it a week ago, a custom design. After the polo club, I wanted to call the jeweler to cancel the order. I told him to melt it down, but I couldn't do it. Even in my rage, even in my pride, the thought of this ring not being on your finger was a pain I couldn't stomach. I couldn't let you go, even when I thought I'd already lost you. He takes the ring from the box, his fingers, for the first time since I've known him, trembling slightly. He drops to one knee, his bad leg extended, the movement a clear, agonizing act of will. He looks up at me, his eyes shining with a raw, beautiful, unguarded love. Beverly Jones, he says, his voice thick with emotion so profound that I feel my heart ache. There is no contract. There are no conditions. There is no arrangement. There is only me, a foolish, broken man who loves you more than his own life. Will you be my wife? For real this time? For all the time we have left? A sob, a raw, ragged sound of pure, unadulterated joy, tears its way out of my throat. The tears are coming so fast now I can't see him. His beautiful, kneeling form, a blurry, wonderful mirage. Yes, I cry, the word a choked, breathless thing. I drop to my knees in front of him, ignoring the hard, cold marble, my dress pooling around me. Yes, Nelson. Yes, of course, yes. He slides the sapphire ring onto my finger. It's a perfect fit. It feels like it was always meant to be there. And then I am in his arms, my own arms wrapped around his neck, and I am kissing him. A desperate, messy, tear-soaked kiss that is not about passion or lust or seduction. It is a kiss of homecoming, of forgiveness. It's the kiss of 1,000 silent nights and 1,000,000 unspoken words. He holds me, his body trembling with the force of his own emotions, and I hold him right back. Two broken, foolish people who have finally found their way home. The penthouse is no longer a tomb. It is a sanctuary. And in the quiet, hopeful silence, I know with a sureness that settles deep in my bones that this is not the end of our story. It is the real beginning. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 23. Nelson. The Tuscan sun is a warm, benevolent weight on my shoulders. It filters through the leaves of a gnarled ancient olive tree, dappling the ancient stone patio in shifting patterns of gold. The air smells of cypress and lavender and the faint, sweet scent of the white roses that climb the crumbling stone walls of the villa. It is, by any objective measure, a perfect day, a perfect setting, and I am in hell. It is a beautiful, terrifying, exquisite kind of hell. The kind where your heart feels like it's going to beat its way out of your chest, and your palms are slick with a sweat that has nothing to do with the Italian heat. I'm a man who has faced down hostile takeovers, navigated international market crashes, and stared into the abyss of financial ruin without so much as a flicker in my pulse. And I'm currently being brought to my knees by the sight of an empty cobblestone aisle. 3 months. It has been 3 months since Beverly Jones tore up our contract, and in doing so, tore down the last of my defenses. 3 months of rediscovering the world and myself through her eyes. 3 months of a quiet, profound, and deeply terrifying joy. I've learned the cadence of her breathing in the middle of the night. I've learned that she hums, a low, happy sound when she's tending to her plants. I've learned that the first sip of her morning coffee is a sacred, silent ritual. I've learned the geography of her body, the taste of her skin, the sound of her name on my lips in the dark. I've learned how to love. And it is a lesson that has completely, irrevocably undone me. A small string quartet is playing something by Vivaldi, the music a soft, elegant counterpoint to the frantic, chaotic symphony in my own chest. Our guests, a small, curated collection of the only people who truly matter, are seated in simple wooden chairs. Lena is in the front row, a pair of oversized sunglasses failing to hide the fact that she is already crying. My ex-wife, Catherine, is sitting beside her partner, Eleanor, her hand resting on Eleanor's knee, her expression one of quiet, genuine happiness for me. And beside them, in her wheelchair, holding court and looking for all the world like the queen of this entire country, is Esther. She catches my eye and gives me a sharp, approving nod as if to say, "Don't you dare screw this up, son. I'm not a man who believes in fate. I'm a man who believes in variables, in strategy, in control. But as the music swells and Beverly appears at the far end of the aisle, I know, with a certainty that sinks deep in my bones, that I've never been in control of this. Not from the moment she walked into my office, a beautiful, furious storm of a woman, and set my entire carefully constructed world on fire. She is walking towards me, her arm linked through that of her grandmother's brother, a kind, elderly man with a warm smile. But I only see her. She is wearing a dress of simple, heavy, cream-colored silk that skims her perfect womanly curves. Her magnificent hair is woven with small, delicate white flowers. Her skin, that deep, beautiful mahogany, is glowing in the warm, golden light. She is not a bride. She is a goddess, a queen. She is the sun, and I've been a cold, barren planet, waiting my entire life for her light. Her eyes find mine, and the world narrows to the space between us. The music fades. The guests disappear. There is only her. The smile on her face is not the polite, performative smile from our public courtship. It is not the triumphant, victorious smile from the night of our fake proposal. It is a smile of such profound, unconditional love that it cracks open my chest, leaving my heart exposed and utterly, completely hers. She reaches me. Her great-uncle places her hand in mine, and the touch is a brand, a homecoming, a final, absolute surrender. I lift her hand to my lips, my own trembling slightly, and I kiss her knuckles, my gaze never leaving hers. We turn to face the officiant, a kind-faced Italian man who speaks in soft, lyrical English. He talks of love, of partnership, of two souls finding their harbor in each other. I don't hear a word he's saying. I'm memorizing the look on her face, the flecks of gold in her dark, luminous eyes, the soft, happy curve of her lips. Then it is time. I turn to her, taking both of her hands in mine. They are not cold as they were that first night in my penthouse. They are warm and steady, and they are my anchor in this beautiful, terrifying sea of emotion. "Beverly," I begin, and my voice, which has commanded boardrooms and brought corporate titans to their knees, is a low, rough, unsteady thing. I'm not a poet. I am not a man who is comfortable with grand declarations. I am a man of contracts, of terms, of clauses and conditions. It is the only language I have ever truly understood. I take a deep, shuddering breath. Our story began with a contract, a business deal. And I, in my arrogance, in my foolishness, believed that was all it was. I believed you were a variable to be managed, an asset to be acquired. I see the tears welling in her eyes and have to fight the urge to stop, to pull her into my arms, but these words must be said. I was wrong, I say, the admission of profound, cleansing relief. You were never the variable, Beverly. You were the one constant, unshakable truth in a life built on a foundation of lies. You were not the asset. You were the entire damn balance sheet. You are the beginning and the end of my world. I cannot promise you a life without storms, I continue, my voice thick with emotion I no longer try to hide. I am a difficult, broken man. I am a fool who was taught that love is a transaction, and that betrayal is the only currency. But I promise you this. I will spend every day for the rest of my life unlearning those lessons. I will spend every day earning the incredible, impossible gift of your heart. I love you. With everything I am. With everything I have. My heart is, and always will be, your wholly owned subsidiary. A wet, choked laugh escapes her lips, and the sound is the most beautiful music I've ever heard. She squeezes my hands, her own tears now streaming freely down her beautiful face. "Nelson," she says. Her voice is a song, a prayer, a quiet, steady flame. I came to you for revenge. I came to you with a heart full of anger and pain, and I asked you to be my weapon. I thought that was what I wanted, to be strong, to be powerful, to be the one who wasn't left behind. She looks at me, her gaze so full of a deep love that it makes my own eyes burn. But you didn't just make me strong. You made me soft again. You taught me that true strength isn't about building walls. It's about having the courage to tear them down. You taught me that a home isn't a place. It's a person. You are my home, Nelson Whitaker. I love you, she whispers, the words a sacred vow. I love your brilliant, stubborn mind. I love your quiet, hidden kindness. I love the fool you think you are and the magnificent, wonderful man you truly are. I will be your partner, your anchor, and your safe harbor. Forever. The officiant says the words. We exchange the simple gold bands that feel more real, more valuable than any 5-carat diamond. And then he says, "You may now kiss your bride." I pull her into my arms and I kiss her. It is not the desperate, claiming kiss from our first real night together. It is not the hungry, passionate kiss from the night of our second. It's a kiss of pure, unadulterated joy. One of promises made and kept. It's the kiss of a man who has finally come home. The reception that follows is a dream. A long, rustic wooden table is set up under the olive trees, strings of fairy lights twinkling above us as the sun sets, painting the Tuscan sky in shades of fiery orange and soft, dusky purple. We eat, we drink, we laugh. Lena gives a speech that is both hilarious and deeply moving, making me promise to never, ever hurt her best friend. Esther tells embarrassing stories about my wife's childhood that make Beverly blush a beautiful, deep rose. Catherine and Eleanor give us a rare, antique book of maps as a wedding gift, a quiet, perfect acknowledgement of our story. Later, as a local band plays a soft, romantic melody, I pull my wife to her feet. "Dance with me," I murmur, leading her to a small empty patch of grass away from the table. You can't dance, she whispers, her eyes full of a playful concern. Your leg. My leg is fine, I say, pulling her close, my arms wrapping around her waist. And tonight, I could conquer the world. We sway together under the canopy of stars, her head resting on my chest, her arms wrapped around my neck. The music is a soft, distant murmur. The laughter of our friends is a warm, happy buzz. But in this moment, there is only us. I love you, Beverly Whitaker, I whisper into her hair, the words as easy, as natural, as breathing. She tilts her head back, her eyes shining in the soft, magical light. I love you, Nelson Whitaker, she replies, her voice full of a happiness so profound, it causes my own heart feel like it might burst. And as I lean down to kiss her, a deep and infinitely tender kiss under the vast, starry Tuscan sky, I know with a certainty that seeps into the very marrow of my bones that this is not a contract. This is not a deal. This is not a transaction. This is forever.
Epilogue. Beverly. 1 year later, the late afternoon sun is a warm, gentle weight on my shoulders. The same benevolent Tuscan sun we were married under, but here in our own backyard. My backyard. The thought is still a quiet, happy shock. I'm standing in the middle of a lush, sprawling garden, my bare feet sinking into the soft, cool grass. This grass, the same grass my grandfather's feet walked on, the same patch of earth where he taught me how to fly a kite, his laughter a warm, booming sound that I can still hear if I close my eyes and listen hard enough. For months, this land was a weapon, a bargaining chip, a symbol of my rage and my revenge. Now it is simply home. In the distance, beyond the ancient sprawling oak tree that stands like a wise old sentinel at the edge of the property, the Whitaker Grand Development rises against the skyline. It's a monument of glass and steel, a testament to my husband's ambition and genius. But from here, from our quiet green sanctuary, it looks like a distant, glittering afterthought, a footnote to the more important world we have built right here. A soft gurgling sound from the bundle in my arms pulls me from my thoughts. I look down into the face of my son. In the world, in all its chaotic, beautiful glory, narrows to this single perfect point. Julian Charles Whitaker, 6 months old, with a head full of my dark, tight curls and a pair of startlingly impossibly blue eyes that are all his father. He blinks up at me, his tiny rosebud mouth curving into a gummy, milk-drunk smile. And my heart, a thing I once thought was broken beyond repair, feels like it might actually burst with the sheer, overwhelming force of my love for him. "What do you think, little man?" I murmur, my voice a low, happy hum. "Is this a good kingdom for you to rule?" He coos in response, his tiny fist batting at a stray curl that has escaped my loose bun. The scent of him, that intoxicating, unique mix of baby powder, milk, and pure, innocent sweetness, is my favorite smell in the entire world. The past year has been a whirlwind, a blur of doctor's appointments and Lamaze classes, and the quiet, steady joy of watching my own body perform a miracle. Nelson was my rock through it all. He held my hand through every moment of morning sickness. He read parenting books with the same focused intensity he reads financial reports. And when Julian was born, the look on my husband's face as he held his son for the first time was a look of such profound, unguarded, and deeply emotional love that it is now my most treasured memory. "There you are." Nelson's voice, a low, familiar rumble, comes from behind me. A moment later, his arms are wrapping around me, his hands coming to rest on my stomach, his chin hooking over my shoulder to look down at our son. He smells of the expensive, clean soap he uses and the faint, lingering scent of the coffee he just brewed. He smells like home. I was beginning to think you'd run off with a more handsome and significantly younger man, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my temple. Tempting, I say, leaning back against the solid, comforting wall of his chest. But he can't reach the top shelf in the kitchen, so the deal's off. Nelson's laugh is a low, happy sound that vibrates right through me. He presses a soft kiss to my cheek, then another to Julian's downy head. How are my two favorite people in the world? We're perfect, I say, and the word is the truest thing I've ever said. I look out over our garden, at the neat rows of tomato plants and the riot of colorful zinnias I planted in the spring. Just perfect. The house behind us, a beautiful modern structure of glass and warm, natural wood that Nelson designed himself, is a testament to our new life. It's not the cold, sterile fortress he used to live in. It's a home. It's filled with light and books and the comfortable, happy clutter of a life well lived. Right now, the warm, sweet scent of my grandmother's famous apple pie is wafting from the open kitchen window. She's inside, humming along to an old jazz station, a happy, permanent fixture in our lives. Lena just texted, Nelson says, his thumb stroking lazy, possessive circles on my hip. She's 10 minutes out. She's bringing the new boyfriend for inspection. Be nice, I say, a smile in my voice. I am always nice, he replies, his tone a perfect deadpan imitation of innocence. You are a ruthless corporate titan who eats lesser men for breakfast, I counter. Just try not to make him cry before dessert. I will make no such promises, he says, and I can feel the smile in his voice. We stand there for a long time, just the three of us, wrapped in the warm, golden light of the late afternoon. The ghosts of our past, the anger, the betrayal, the pain, are just that. Ghosts, faded, powerless specters from another lifetime. The revenge I once craved with every fiber of my being feels like a story I read about someone else, a bitter, angry woman I no longer know. What are you thinking about? Nelson asks, his voice a soft murmur against my hair. I turn my head, my lips finding the rough, familiar stubble of his jaw. I was just thinking about the name of our story, I say. And what's that? Trading up, I whisper. He's quiet for a moment, his arms tightening around me. I thought you traded a piece of land for a husband. No, I say, looking from the beautiful, perfect face of my son to the handsome, beloved face of my husband. I traded a life of pain for a life of joy. I traded revenge for a love I never thought was possible. It was the best deal I ever made. He turns me in his arms, his gaze so full of a deep, profound, and unconditional love that it still makes my breath catch in my throat. For me, too, he says. He leans down and kisses me, a slow, deep, and infinitely tender kiss that tastes of coffee and sunlight, and the promise of 1,000 more perfect, ordinary days just like this one. It feels like homecoming, like gratitude. It is the kiss of a man who has finally found his peace. And as I kiss him back, with our son nestled safely between us and the warm, happy sounds of our life filling the air, I know, with a certainty that settles deep in my soul, that this is not a transaction. This is not a deal. This is everything.